Ladies and gentlemen, just about good morning and welcome to Online Darts. And here we are, the Pro Tour Live, the final two Players' Championships of the year. Myself, Phil Bars, and Jack Garwood are going to guide you through the day. Good morning.
Morning, mate. How we doing? I see you've got some a nice new T-shirt on.
I don't know what you're on about, Gob.
Yeah. Anything for a freebie, you.
I did all right at the launch, I'm not going to lie. Welcome along, chat room, one and all. Here we are for the next 6 or so hours, guiding you through Players' Championship 29. I will warn you, there may be a knock on my door in the next 10-15 minutes. I'm having some supplies delivered, mainly Monster. That's what we do. But in the chat room, good morning, Joe. Craig is in. Craig, I did watch it, but his figures are slightly out. It's worse. You probably won't make money unless you get to the final. Semi-finalists may just break even. But no doubt we'll talk about that through the day. How are we doing, Juanita? Hope you are good. George Darts is in. How are we doing? Dave, welcome along. Big Johnny is in as always. How are we doing? Lee and Mike. Scott is in from Australia as well. It's all good. It's gonna be a good day, Gob. And look, we're gonna have to keep our eye on so much today today and tomorrow from World Champs, Minehead race, and Tour Card race.
Yeah, I almost forgot about that, but it's a little bit hectic.
Yeah, look, it's going to be chaos.
Right.
Of the top 16. It's only 2 Dutchmen who aren't there. MBG and Danny Noppert will not be there. I think Noppy's having some time at home, and judging by Instagram, MBG is in Rome.
The man travels a bit, doesn't he?
Likes holiday, doesn't he?
I could have phrased that a lot worse, but I thought better of it.
Who else is in? How are we doing? Glenn, Mike is in as well. Andrew, HS says, lads, what do you think of the WDF players? Look, it's just we don't want to try and bash it too much, but look, it's not good for players right now if you're in that system. In terms of finances, Gob, the dart standard will always be the same, and it is what it is. But in terms of finances,
it's
not
ideal.
Great. I'll tell you what, stand out. Johnny, have you not seen the Masters money? Basically, the only way you'll make money from the Masters is get to the final. Semi-finalists may just break even, and that's not a guarantee. That's a may. Afternoon, Laura. Hope you are good.
See, Maisie sent John off this week.
Yeah. Has Maisie gone to school today as well?
She better have. I'm not being responsible for the lack of an education. I don't want that on my conscience.
As well, Ross Smith, Peter Wright, round 1 gob.
Oh, it's half term. We'll let her off then. Hi, Maisie.
Yeah, we'll let you off then. Hope you.
Ross Smith, Peter Wright, yeah. Just what you want after you've just picked up your first ever PDC TV title is to take on the world champion in round 1 of a Pro Tour. I mean, you're going to be on a high, so why not?
Oh yeah, look, if you're gonna do it, now's the time. What else have we got in here? Glenn says, I know it's unlikely, but not sure why Lowe pulled out. He's only 8k off the PDC Players Championships finals place. Yeah, look, I think Lowe still works as well, doesn't he? So it's risk and reward. Does he take time off work, not get paid? Look, it's what we said before, that the PDC tour needs to be able to pay people. No other place of work do you go to work and not guaranteed to be paid. I know we don't agree on this, Johnny, but
by the way, I've taken boards 1 to 8.
I haven't even looked at the boards. But if you want to take 1 to 8, Gob, it's your show.
I just started clicking numbers and I realised we hadn't actually discussed it. But yeah, I've taken 1 to 8.
Big Johnny,
somebody to go.
There may have been 2 minutes out the board. However, I did beat Mark Webster and Gerwin Price, I was told. So I'll take that. I am better with big brass darts than the world number 1 and the former world champion. I might add that to my Twitter byline. What do you reckon, Gob?
No.
Yeah, look, Glenn, I just think that first round losers, I'm not saying they get paid the earth, but you have to be able to cover your expenses. So I would say as a minimum, was it $750 for winning your first round game? I would say $250 if you lose, just so you at least you cover your hotels and travel.
Especially as that went up from 500 last year to 750 this year. Even if you'd gone 6-2 and found an extra £50 per first round match on the Pro Tour.
I'm guessing, as it's not streamed, we are going Ross Smith, Peter Wright as feature game, Gob.
I believe so. I looked at someone produced Ross Smith's stats the other day. His tournament stats for his first ever TV. They were ridiculous. It was like 46% on the checkouts, banging in maximums for fun. 1 and 16. Who's on 16?
Luke Humphreys on 1. Johnny Clayton's board as well. There we have it. The world champion's not made a bad start. I don't know what that first visit's about, but after that, he's done all right.
The way Ross Smith played in that final, that 38 had to go.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Streamboard 2, we've got pictures, Mike the Decker and the Ferret.
Oh, Michael Smith's still sulking there, and he's just banged in a 12 dart leg to open against David Evans. And open up the second leg 189.
Casual. Bob says, have the players playing in the European Super League? We'll touch on this in a second as well. which starts on Monday, playing in the Players' Championship this week, and have they stayed at home? I don't know. No, Ricardo Petresco's in the Super League, and he's here. However, it's been rebranded to the European Super League instead of the German Super League.
Unless he's not playing the Slam qualifier. Sunday's his travel day.
Or unless you're going to do it all, travel home.
I don't know what time it starts Monday.
No.
I'm not live streaming it.
Craig also says, no Gary at the Grand Slam. Yes, it is the end of an era. Gary Anderson, one of only two. What?
That's not true, is it?
It is in relation to he loses his his streak of being at every Grand Slam. So it's the end of an era.
That hasn't happened yet.
He is not winning back-to-back Pro Tours.
But it's possible. So until it's done, Ryan Searler's not qualified for the match play. Gary is not out of the Grand Slam. It is incredibly unlikely at this moment that we see Gary Anderson at the Grand Slam, and therefore his ever-present streak will be over. But it is still possible he is there. We stick to facts on this show, Philip.
Also, never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Mentor Sudovic just opened up with a 170 against Josh Rock in leg 2. What are you doing, Mentor? Josh Rock bangs in a 180 in return. Lovely.
Oh. Gavin Price 2-0 up on Steve West. Again, barring Rachel Riley maths, this will be Steve West last weekend as a tour card holder. And judging by his social media, I don't think he's got any intention of going to Q School. Oh, here we go. 2 secs. Yeah, mate. No worries, mate. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are safe. Monster has arrived.
Other brands are available.
But if they want to slide into my DMs, they're more than welcome to.
Slide into mine. I'll tell them to jog off. I'll promote them. I'll stick them on the back shelf. Better than Red Bull.
If they want to slide in either, I'm not fussed.
Well, I refuse. I will literally leave my job.
Dirk Van Dijvenbode in a bit of trouble. Danny Baggish 2-0 up. What else have we got in the chat room? Johnny says, let's live stream an argument about it. Me playing the evil PDC. Afternoon, Robbo. How are we doing? Glenn says, just going back to your first round news, just getting 250 quid. That can't go on the rankings. Like, oh no, I'm fine with that, mate. I'm not fussed. Doesn't have to go on the rankings, but it's just so they're not out of pocket. Because at the moment, I know that Barry's words have always been, we'll get better. But as a new tour card holder, rocking up with no ranking, say you got a block of 3 first up, you theoretically could get MVG, Price and Wright in your first 3 rounds. Or Humphreys. Johnny Clayton on the stream. Ferret's 2-0 up, averaging 111. Ferreting.
Yeah, they had a massive break between the first leg and they had an issue about 6 darts ago.
Yeah. Luke Humphreys and
So they
JD.
start. Stream 1 is only just starting as well.
Yeah. Sounds like internet issues. Again, potentially Jeffrey Deswan's last weekend as a tour card holder goal as well.
Yeah, but for Jeffrey Desvan, he's still definitely young enough to be able to make a career in darts, have a reset year, akin to what we've seen from Martin Schindler, and just go berserk again. Someone like Steve West is at the complete opposite end of his career. He might go and play some ADC events, potentially get a live league invite or two, and I'm not sure how old he is, but he might be close to a seniors event as well. If he's not, then sorry. But he's not one who's really going to forge his way back into the top 16 on the PDC.
Yeah. This is more like the David Evans on your board that we saw at the back end of his tour card when on the Challenge Tour.
Averaging a ton against Michael Smith. Definitely about to be three apiece, and that average is definitely about to fall because this leg he's only scored 43, 58, and 83. But look, he's got one of the best actions in the game, I think, David Evans has. But he just hasn't earned enough money in the last 2 years as a tour card holder. His earnings for 2 years is something like 15 grand.
I just think it's a bit like Aspinall. He may need to fall off to get it back and he'll come back stronger because, like we say, we saw him produce. I played well at the Worlds, well on the Euro Tour when he got there. I don't think Steve Lennon can.
If Evans does lose his tour card as is expected this year, he is one that will definitely play ADC events, Challenge Tour,
Super Series,
and whatever else. He just will. Because that's how he built his way up in the first place.
Yeah. How we doing, Joe? Interesting one. The question was, can Steve Lennon lose his tour card? As we speak, Steve Lennon is on 50. I didn't realise he dropped that low. I knew he hadn't had a great time, but he's currently 58 on 61.75. Is that enough?
Well, Louis Williams isn't playing these two events, so he's dependent on second round money at Players' Champs or World Championships. Mernon's playing okay. Scott Williams is on 64th. That's interesting. We'd pretty much taken it as gospel that Scott Williams is going to earn his tour card this way, but it doesn't look like he is.
Well, the thing for him, though, is everyone else around him. I know he has to win these games, but he is at Minehead, the Grand Slam, and the Worlds.
Yeah, but the tour card race involves first round money for all of that anyway.
Oh yeah, what I'm saying is if he wins a couple of games or gets out of the group, you think instantly if he wins that prelim game at the Worlds or whatever you want to call it, that 7.5 instantly jumps to 15.
Yeah.
Where at the moment the others aren't really in. So Steve Lennon, he's still got a bit of work to do. Potentially could get called. Somebody says, how do you qualify for the live league? There's many different ways in. The people that book players look at data from the WDF, the Challenge Tour, the Dev Tour, the ADC. It's all data related and what you're doing.
But 2 recent announcements. The ADC will qualify 50 players throughout the year. And as of yesterday, there'll be 3 weeks in January that are selected via the World Seniors Darts Tour.
Yeah. The bottom line is with the live league, games have to be competitive. Cheers, Lee. Thank you very much. Remember, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to OD. Only 19 likes so far, over 200 watching. You can do better than that, guys. There's some shocks brewing here, Gob, as well. We'll jump back into the chat room in a minute. But Danny Baggish, 5-1 up on Dirk van Dijvenbode.
Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen. Dirk's been a little bit up and down as well. If he gets his foot into a tournament, you expect him to go deep. But other than that, he does have this tendency to drop off. We have our first result, and no surprise anywhere in the world that it is Josh Rock, who has won his first round game 6-0 against Mensur Suljovic. He finishes with an average of 100. At 4-0 up, Phil, he was averaging 115 and then banged in a 22 dart leg, which dropped it to 98. So the fact he's then got it back up to 100 is just ridiculous.
Yeah, 100%. Nathan Aspinall is not going to whitewash Boris Kirchmar. The Croat has won back. Going back into the chat room, Anita says the averages on board 9 are insane. Damon Hetta 5-2 up on Gert Nenches, 105.29, plays 104.87 over 7 legs. Very, very good indeed.
Rob Cross is out in the first round. Sorry, I'm just practicing because Lee Boyce just tipped him.
Joe, we might answer that in the live lounge. To be fair, it's a good question, and it will raise debate, won't it, Gob?
I still think the answer is at least 10. Oh my! David Evans has just taken out 128 for a 12 dart leg to beat Michael Smith 6-3.
And that's the David Evans we know can play.
Yeah. Michael Smith's not done a lot wrong there. Some of the legs I've looked over, he's leaving finishes after 9 and 12 constantly. But I think he missed darts for 4 each. Got punished at 5-3. And then 12 darter from stretch to win the match.
Yeah, and the ferret is now behind on the stream. Mike the Decker has just taken out 101 for a 12 dart leg with Johnny Clayton sat on a double. Is there something in the water today? Jake Jones is 5-4 up on Jose de Souza, averaging 97, and we haven't seen these averages from Jake Jones all year either.
Is it a case of some of the top guys are just going through the motions a little bit? They're already safe for pretty much everything. Get these last 2 done. Some of them have got the Grand Slam qualifier on Sunday, so just ease yourself into that. Don't overexert it for the first 2 days. Whilst the people that are chasing serious results to sneak into the back end of these are catching the seeds out cold, shall we say.
And that's where Johnny's comment comes in here as well. It says, think too many of the top 16 play too many Pro Tours. After you're in the Players' Championship, what's the point in playing all of them? The TV money is worth more. I agree, to be fair, that and that's something that Michael Gezi, up until this year as well, do very well. That once they're in stuff, they then plot their calendar and take their time off. Gezi got it round the wrong way this year. He had loads off at the start and is having to play now. But up until this year, those two especially do that very, very well, Gob.
Yeah. But it's just not a good... Brilliant news if you're a Challenge Tour player. Not so much if you're the PDC and want to attract sponsors to your Pro Tour or whack the prize money up, for instance. Because the people that fund that prize money that might say, all right, the Pro Tour from next season is Kazoo Pro Tour, for instance. Not going to happen because they are skint broke. But let's just use them as an example. If they wanted to sponsor the entire Pro Tour, they expect coverage of a Pro Tour every time. And the best way to get coverage is Van Gerwen or whoever plastered all over it.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Rob Cross actually won now that Lee Boyson tipped him first game, so fair play. We've also had results for Dimitri van den Berg, 6-1 winner over Kenny Nyans. Ryan Searle beat Ian White 6-3. Ian White's in a bit of trouble right now. Heta with a 6-3 win over Gert Nenchez. Martin Schindler, 6-4 win over Keane Barry. Both players averaging 87 in that one. Danny Baggish did complete the win over Dirk van Duivenbode at 6-3. That Rob Cross win was 6-1 over Ricardo Petresco. And Nathan Aspinall has beaten big bad Boris Kruchmar 6-2.
Yes, indeed. Also, as well, Damon Heta has wrapped up a 6-3 victory. Played very well there, 106.25 average. The heat marches on. Barry Keane is out, being 6-4 by Martin Schindler. That wasn't a classic, but got there in the end. Aspinall marches on as well. Jonathan Worsley is one back against Joe Cullen. How are we doing? Josh, hope you are good. Johnny, I've got to say, I haven't seen the mission one yet.
Is that today? Is that going on now?
Yeah, possibly. If so, I haven't seen it. I've seen the others.
It is streaming now, 23 minutes ago. They started at 12. Excellent timing, guys.
Yeah. When the Pro Tours on, Jose de Souza is gone, beaten by Jake Jones. Now that is an upset.
Luke Humphreys, 12 dart leg, gets one behind against Jeffrey Desvan. 5-4 now.
Lee says, Phil, is Barry Hearn doing what he's done with snooker and guaranteed darts to help with the cost of living crisis? Nothing has been announced, and my gut reaction is no, they won't do it yet. We may get an announcement after the Worlds, but I don't think it will happen before the Worlds, Gob.
Depends on their Q-score numbers, doesn't it? If their Q-score numbers stay low, because people are now looking at other avenues in darts where they can go and make money. Peter Wright beats Ross Smith with 106 average, by the way. Joe Cullen beats Worsley, taking out 105 for a 12 darter as well. If there's plenty looking at challenge Q school and whatever going, actually, I can make my way in darts while still maintaining a job elsewhere on the ADC, the Super Series. If you're over 50, the seniors, potentially a little bit of WDF if they continue playing county or whatever, then they might not have a choice but to act.
Well, obviously, I'm not going to name the players because I'd never do that, but I know of at least 5 or 6 that I've spoken to in the last few weeks that only intend to go to Q School for one day.
Yeah, I've got a couple of those as well.
Which makes them eligible.
Just so that they're eligible for Challenge Tour. They'll turn up for one day, disappear, make sure they're eligible for Challenge Tour, and then basically everybody's looking to do a Scott Williams or to be involved in Challenge Tour, sneak into a few Pro Tours, and play whatever else they can as well.
Yeah. If that happens, that's an issue. Because on day one, your numbers at Q School look amazing. Come day two, you've got buys everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends how. It might be better. You might have less prelims. It depends how many they get overall.
Yeah.
John Henderson is 2-0 up on Berry Vampire, averaging 104. Welcome back, Bendo. Dave Chisnell beats Joe Mernon in a last leg decider, 6-5 for Chizzy, averaging 102. 101.63 in the end. I am so big on Dave Chisnell's game right now.
I am. Right, let's have a look first of all. I'll come back to your point in a minute. Right, Hendo is $2 grand
trouble.
off.
Hendo's in a world of trouble.
He is, but let's tick him off in chronological order. First of all, can he get to Minehead? He is $2 grand off of Minehead at the moment. That's doable. Then the Worlds. A little bit more, just under $6 grand off of the Worlds. But we'll come back to that in a second because the number one seed is out. Luke Humphreys has missed 5 match starts on Streamboard. God. Right. Look on both Streamboards. I don't know if they're going to show a replay. That
the
shadow,
difference between the lighting on board 1 and board 2 is ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, that shadow is unreal on one of them.
2, Mike Dedecker has beaten Johnny Clayton. Johnny wincing in the background as Dedecker pins double 16. I think he must have mismatched darts. What else do we have? There must have been a result on there. That was the round. So Scott Waits versus Gary Anderson next on board 1. No wonder that's being streamed. Gary looked like a Rolls Royce the other day. Whitlock levels up with Richie Burnett and Tony Martinez takes a 2-0 lead on Ted Evans.
Yeah, Clayton missed 6 match starts, God. How are we doing, Shawnee Mack?
Shawnee Mack.
Hope you are good. Big Johnny says most countries haven't bothered having a qualifier for the Windmill Masters because of the cost right now. Sorry, I was scrolling for it. Look, the whole county setup and just needs a whole revamp. I still think there's a place for county darts, God, but not in the current.
Well, I hope so, mate. I'm there tomorrow. That's why you're streaming with someone else.
But I just think in the current setup, it doesn't work.
It's not it doesn't work. There's just not. The days of playing for pride in where you live or where you come from are gone. People still do it. People are still attached to it. People still enjoy the weekends away, etc. But there is no incentive to go back and play county darts.
No, because it costs a fortune. For nothing back. Steve Lennon, board 6. Where's this come from Scuba Steve?
4 and up, averaging 109. Hello.
Oh, hello. Cameron Menzies is in a world of trouble. 3-0 down to Rusty. Cameron is in from Oz. Hope you are good, mate. 110 checkout from Duzzer. Go on, lad.
I'm not sure they accept this pub darts. It's definitely a level up from pub darts. I don't ever remember refereeing women players hitting 90 averages in my local. Cameron Menzies bagging in a 94 last time I was there.
Right. We have pictures on stream board 1. Let's see what Mr. Anderson is throwing.
The straight ones. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
And those on streaming board 1, Tommy. What were they from? Ross Montgomery.
No, Cameron MVG's not playing today. He's having the weekend off in preparation for the Grand Slam. He is in Rome currently, if you follow him on Instagram.
Yeah.
He's at the Colosseum today. Checking off those sightseers. Sam, on Danny Jansen, it was great when he won his Pro Tour, but that action is never suited for longevity, is it, Gob?
No. And we said that at the time.
Yeah.
What the? Quiz time, Phil. Who's the oldest tour card holder right now?
Oh. The oldest tour card holder right now.
Yeah. This baffled me when it came up recently. Absolutely baffled
See,
me.
I think everyone will say Beaton, but I don't think it is.
Beaton is 2 years younger than this guy.
How old is Super Mario?
Years older as well. Oh, not old enough, I don't think. Stay out of the chat room because pretty much everybody's got it.
I'm not
I think everybody was watching when we did it. Super Mario is only 49. He's not even old enough for the seniors yet.
I'm not having that. Either that or he's had a ridiculous... Oh! No, fucking... I know. He won his tour card. He won his tour card at Q School.
Ross Montgomery is 60 years old.
Can I look now? Because my chat's on the other screen.
Yeah, you can.
Right.
Macy says John. Maisie will get grounded if she carries on with that.
Don't worry, Maisie. We won't tell him. Also, we put the interview out this morning with Scott Mitchell. Good that he's up for the fight and up for the battle, Gob. That he's like, I've heard people say that having your card isn't the best thing. He went, only place to be for me. And I like that as well. I like the balance in the argument. He's like, no.
You're a man that was, I don't think he was ever vehemently WDF, but for a man that carried that banner for a while, was world champion over there, to be so positive about being in the PDC is refreshing to hear.
Yeah.
Who's the tallest and shortest tour card holder? Well, the tallest is going to be Dutch. Don't know which Dutchman, but it's going to be a Dutchman.
Yeah. Oh, actually, maybe a Croat. He is huge.
Big Bad Boris.
Yeah. I'd throw him into
Is
that
he as
mix
big
as
as
well.
Martin Clearmacher, though? Or the other one is Hempel.
Afternoon, Dan. Hope you are good, mate. Oh yeah, Dan. Clearmacher is huge. He's a monster. Gary Anderson 2-0 up. Not his brilliant best, but he's winning. Hendo is on the verge. Hope Big Hendo doesn't fluff his lines here. Don't we all? But he's going to be under the cosh here. Barry Van Peer is putting in a pressure leg on the Hendo throw. Cameron Menzies has roared back into this one. He was 4-0 down to Rusty. Now it's 4 apiece. Yeah, Vincent's huge as well. Not sure you see this often, that Gary Anderson's 3-0 up, averaging 83. Mario Van Vogenharder is 5-0 up on Andy Bolton, averaging 96. Clearmacher 3-2 up on Duzzer. Richie Burnett going toe-to-toe with Simon Whitlock. Burnett averaging 99, Whitlock 98.5. What a fabulous game this is. And Menzies has won 5 on the spin. He now leads Rusty 5-4. This is some turnaround. Nathan Rafferty has whitewashed very out of sorts Matt Campbell. Campbell only averaging 77. Wow, so we got Brett Claydon at 3-1 up on Merv King. Gary Anderson, that's better. Where else are we? Jamie Hughes, 5-1 up on Jamie Clark. Kevin Burness, now 4-2 up on Peter Hudson. Iron Man making his move in the last 1-8. Now, is this the leg for Hendo? He was broken in the last. It was a good leg from Barry Van Peer, but Hendo has started 180 ton, has stolen the darts. Gary Anderson now 5 up on Scott Waits. Burnett breaks. Burnett is averaging a ton, and he is 5-3 up on Simon Whitlock. Danny Jansen sees on Neil Zonneveld 6-1. Hendo 1-2-1 for a place in round 2. He's going to get 6 at it if needed. What's the Highlander got here? Doesn't need to go the ball route. Could have been better. 64 is never a gimme. Because for that reason, the 140 from Barry Van Peer leaves him on a 2-darter. And Hendo has missed a match dart. The way he's gone 44 says to me he only got 1. This would sting. This would hurt. And would it give Van Peer the momentum in the decider? Remember, Hendo was clear, but Barry Van Peer has missed. So John Henderson now has 3 clear match darts in hand. Big, big moments. It was last dart in hand from John Henderson as he progresses. The Highlander is into the last 64. The whitewash is on, but it's not going to happen. Scott Waits is bossing this leg against Gary Anderson, so it is 5-1. See if I can catch the end of this one, because this has been thrilling. We won't, because he's just won it. Richie Bennett, Gob, averages 99 and beats Simon Whitlock.
What's going on today? Brett Claydon's beating Merv King. Darius Labanauskas is beating Darren Webster. Adam Gowlas is beating Jeff Smith. Tony Martinez beating Ted Evans. What's going on here?
It's like Halloween extended. Funny things are happening. I almost pulled out the Christmas backdrop as well, Gob.
No.
Not a fan, though.
Not bad. What's that? Why have I got... No! Fucking little Christmas advert on Twitter. Bugger off.
Gary Anderson has won on the stream. It is a 6-1 win. Like, it's not his brilliant best, but he won't care. Oh, when will players learn, Gob? Mike DeDecker beats Johnny Clayton, takes a picture, puts it on his Instagram story.
He does what?
With his darts on the table. What's that?
Who put it on his Instagram story?
Mike DeDecker put a picture of his darts on the
Fine.
table at the Pro Tour. But yeah, when
Idiot.
will they learn? How we doing, Rose? Is William O'Connor playing today? That's a good question. Let's have a look. Is the Magpie there? Yes, I believe so. Let's have a look. Let's get his board for you. William O'Connor will play Callan Ridds next on board 5. Surely, Mac. Tut tut. Yeah, they know the rules. They can They can have their phones, but they can't post or anything. And he puts it on his Instagram story. And he can't even blame this one on his manager because it's a picture of his darts on the table.
Silly boy.
Nice one, William. I'm not going to lie. I did my fantasy team for the first 2 weeks of the season, forgot, and I've just left it as it is.
Same. Just a quick reminder, Gary Anderson won in the last round, so his run to the Grand Slam is still on.
Adam Gowlas. Again, he's in a bit of bother at the moment in terms of his tour card and worlds and everything. Right now, God, he's over 10 grand off Williams in 64.
Ouch.
Yeah, same. Yeah, Adam Hunt's in a world of danger as well. He is 74th.
Oh, Dan, I'm desperate to try a Palmer, you know. I'm sure they're sneaking on the menu around the country as well. I've seen it at a couple of like pub venues.
Really?
Yeah. Or what I think is a Palmo. Because Palmo's short for Parmigiana, isn't it, or something? I can't pronounce it. But you know when... I've heard so much about them from Dan and Duzzer and whoever else. I want my first one to be in the Northeast. I don't want it to be whatever Green King have made 250 miles away. Because the concept of the dish sounds lovely, but I don't want it to be a pub chain, bang it together, try and replicate it / get close. I want it to be a proper, this is how it should taste. Maybe when you send me to the Newcastle Premier League next year, because you can't be bothered to go that far.
Yeah, but I've got a reason to go to Newcastle, remember? Scott Williams, Luke Peters just getting underway on stream as we speak. And Adam Gowlas was a wrapped up victory over Jeff Smith. Yeah, Dan, we'll try and arrange something because I'm always up for a trip to the Northeast.
Yeah, Gary's going absolutely nowhere, by the way, guys.
No, he's always said that he doesn't want that farewell year that Barney had, that Phil had. It's just not Gary. So he will just not enter the tournaments. He'll never give his tour card up. He'll just not play, and you'll see him as and when until he loses it, basically, go in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I can concur there, Dan. That I have tried. Whitby fish and chips are up there with the best things in the world.
So I found myself in Grimsby last year, went looking for a chippy and couldn't find one. I was like, that's all you're famous for.
That's ridiculous.
Drove around town for 20 minutes, couldn't find a chippy. So went back to somewhere else and got a pizza.
Yeah. Well, Whitby fish and chips are just the Don. To be fair, in general, because we've got a couple of really nice coastal towns, like little towns down this way, and fish and chips at the beach just tastes better. Okay, what anyone says.
Sorry, Joe, I'm finished now. Long morning.
What flavour Pringles have you got?
Just ready salted.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Really...
Barbecue are always good.
They get sickly after a while. And just eat original all day.
Last year, I'm hoping they do them again. They brought out a Christmas special one. It was honey. Was it honey gammon flavour or something? They were immense. I was down for that. Stephen Bunting has just averaged 113.27. But again, that's kind of Stephen Bunting at the moment, Gob. He's playing good, he's playing well on the Pro Tour, but can't convert that into TV.
Yeah. Ready salted half dipped on Milky Bar chocolate. Oh, I'll eat some of them. Prawn cocktail are the ones, by the way. Prawn cocktail Pringles are the dong.
No,
yeah.
No. Well, Maisie's got the salt and vinegar Pringles out now as well. Right, again, chat room, we are going to stream the the Grand Slam qualifier on Sunday as well. I will be here.
I won't be. Also, I'm more concerned that people just weren't calling me out on the way I eat Pringles because I put the entire one in my mouth sideways. There was a comment about making that Lucozade last as well. This is bottle number 2 and there's 2 more on the floor. They definitely don't last.
So, I think I'm covered for the next couple of streams, Gob.
That's barbaric.
We've left this one on. We know there's plenty of fans of the Northeast in, and we had some William O'Connor fans in as well. Sean, I believe there was an issue with the venue and they're trying to rearrange it, but the 10th couldn't happen Luke Peters is 2-0 up on Scott Williams here. Scott Williams has had chances as well. But I think that's going to be the career of Scott Williams, though, Gob, isn't it? That it's going to be Maverick-esque. When it's on, it's going to be genius. But when it's not quite on, Boris is not playing much at the moment. He came over when they were big blocks. He came over, but trying to get in and out of Russia at the moment is not the easiest.
Well, especially returning every time, telling them you've just been playing sport under a neutral flag.
Yeah.
Chop your hands off.
Daryl Gurney, Damien Mole underway on board 16. Luke Peters is now 3 to the good. Jim Williams 3-2 up on Woody Borland. What else have we got at the moment? Gabriel Clemens 2-1 up on Jason Heaver. Jules Van Dongen 2 apiece with Brendan Dolan. Kim Hybrax in control against John Michael. James Wade 2-1 up on James Wilson. That all Wadey's focus has to be on Sunday.
Mr. Cadman, how are we?
I'm doing, Steve. Hope you're good.
You in Reading, Steve?
Adam Hunt is doing a job here on Madders Erasmus on board 12. Ryan Meikle did lead Martin Lukeman 3-2, but Smash has turned it around. 3 on the spin for him. Kim Hybrax is on the hill.
Good man. I'll see you there. I need to put mine, actually.
Right. Right, so as it stands at the moment, Peter, the top A seeded players are as follows. Gerwin Price, Peter Wright, Michael Van Gerwen, Michael Smith, Luke Humphreys, Johnny Clayton, Danny Noppert, and Nathan Aspinall. Pot B is Dave Chisnell, Joe Cullen, Dirk Van Dyvenbode, Ryan Searle, Damon Hesser, Ross Smith, Simon Whitlock, and Josh Rock. At the moment, there is 3 in Pool C, which is Scott Williams, Nathan Rafferty, Ted Everts, and 4 in Pot D, Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, Leonard Gates, and Christian Perez. That's the Grand Slam at the moment. Callum Ritz raced into a 3-1 lead over William O'Connor. I didn't realise it. It's good to see Graham Usher on the Pro Tour today, Gob.
I've just seen his name, warming up.
Yeah. Big fan.
Surprised. So a wind farm.
No, Ricky Evans is next on board 3. He will play Florian Hempel. Damien Moles now 3-1 up on Daryl Gurney. Yeah, Sean, absolutely. It's going to get the next 2 days are going to be jumping around all over the place.
Tomorrow's the hectic one, isn't it? Like today is good. Today is good and it can do an awful lot, but it's not really eyes on darts rankings constantly. I'm watching people jump up and over each other and, oh my God, that's massive. Like, it is massive in some regard, but because you still got tomorrow, it's difficult to be as excited about it.
Oof, ouch. Josh Rock against John Henderson next on the stream. Andrew Gildings 4-2 up on board number 2. Jim Williams 1 away from beating Willie Borland. Again, his tour card must be in danger as well. Yeah, he's currently outside 68. He's going to be in a similar position to what he was last year. May need heroics if he can get to the Worlds.
And knock his stablemate out of winning a card.
Scott Williams is back in this game with Luke Peters. Luke Peters was in cruise control. Scott Williams now back to 4-3 and has effectively stolen the darts. This is what we were talking about, the Maverick. That is Scott Williams. As William O'Connor takes out 116 for a leg back, and it is a break. We'll need another one. Danny, please, I want John O'Shea to qualify. Yeah, look, the Joker's in a good position at the moment. As long as he can have a good weekend here. Scott Williams. Connor Scott, Jack Main, just getting underway on board 12. This is Jack Main's second year on Tour Gob, so again, he's probably going to be going back to Q School.
Yeah, his tour card's not in the best shape right now. It's definitely got the A game. I say that pretty much everybody that's ever had a tour card has had the A game.
I was going to say, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but when he won it, it came as a surprise because we hadn't seen those kind of performances on the Dev or Challenge Tour until he got to Q School.
No, he'd been deep. I think he'd won a Dev Tour maybe, off the top of my head. But he wasn't one of those that was regularly competing for titles. It certainly felt that way.
Right.
So for him to go and have got a tour card and others from that generation off the Dev Tour to not was a little bit surprising, yeah.
Yeah. Callum Ridds is one away.
Did Josh Rock compete on Dev Tour last year? I don't think so. He might have had one season on it. This might be his second season. Might have joined it late.
Ryan Meikle sends his game with Martin Lukeman to a decider. And James Wade is over the line, 6-3 over James Wilson. Adrian Lewis on board 4 Gob. That's not the best. Scott Williams has just missed a match start of the ball. Luke Peters has just missed darts to send us to a decider. Williams looking at 25. And it goes. Scott Williams marches on Gob. And in terms of that race for the tour card that he has won anyway, as we keep saying, but now he's 1 win away from jumping to 63.
Yeah, and who's second on the challenge, or who's the beneficiary of that? I can't remember. Is it Jitse
Danny
van der
Van
Vaart?
Tripe.
Danny Van Tripe, that's it. Tripe.
So yeah, it's Danny Van Tripe that is praying that Scott Williams finishes in that 64. Daryl Gurney is on the brink of exiting in round one. And Ryan Meikle has won that last leg decider. He forced it, and then averaging 96.87 gets the better of Martin Lukeman. William O'Connor, God, was pin 116 to break Ridd's back and send us all the way. Callum Ridd's averaging 98, but he's up against it now.
That's more like it from Callum as well. I've been a little bit critical of Callum in the last few weeks, but that's more like it from Rids. That's what we expect to see from him. That's what we know he's capable of.
Chris Dobie in control against George Killington. Roby John beats Nick Fulwell. Damien Mole. Just watching it on the stream. Misses. Match darts. Daryl Gurney. Can he? Daryl Gurney misses as well. Damien Mole has already missed 3. Make that 6.
The lesser spotted. The lesser spotted.
Yeah.
Oh, Will O'Connor beats Callum Rids. Adrian
Battle
Lewis
Sting.
4-3 behind still. Van Veen goes level with Bradley Brooks. That's an interesting insight into the future. Ansel and Usher 3 apiece. Chris Dobie 5-3 up on George Killington. 180, 131. Has he just gone 5 perfect? 4 perfect probably, and then the switch. But he's using the 17s. What a boy.
Vincent Mandeville, Alan Sousa getting underway.
Oh, Steve Beaton versus Luke Woodhouse. Staying alive.
Brian Roman 3-2 up on Stephen Burton. Graham Usher. I don't think he'll be enjoying this game so much. Graham likes to get on with it, and Mickey doesn't so much. We're going to go. We're going to go for a bit of Vincent against Suits as our feature game, Gob. Good with that?
Yeah.
Start of the day, he was in, William. Let's have a look. Yeah, because he hasn't played yet, he's fallen outside. but a win would put him back in. And he is warming up against Jacques. Van der Voort held in the opener, 56. Adrian Lewis has won 3 on the spin gob. He's now back level at 4 apiece. And I'll tell you what, right, I'm telling you, they've let the handbrake off some of these players. Connor Scott, 5-0 up, averaging 110. That's the Connor we saw last year.
That's the Connor we saw in the live league, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I could say that, and I didn't get confused because it was the live league when Connor played.
Yeah. Yeah, the handbrake is off. Damien Mull has missed more match, or he's missed a match start at the ball. Daryl Gurney has missed a match start at tops. Damien Mull has got his head in his hands. More match starts have come and gone.
No Barney alarm today. Is he not playing, or has Phil just missed it?
I was watching the stream game. And Daryl Gurney somehow has won. Sam says, what do you think of Barney's comments regarding Roby John and Wright's antics? Seems to come across as a bit of a moaner and quite bitter. Look, some people don't like it. Some people do. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, Gob, is there? It's look, not everyone is going to like it. It doesn't make it right or wrong.
No. Look, we had this big debate when Van Gerwen and co first came into the sport, really, didn't we?
Yeah.
Phil Taylor was not a fan of it.
So in fact, I don't mind it every now and then, but at times I find Roby a little bit excessive doing it on every time he hits 2.
Every 180, yeah, not a fan. And
yeah,
I'm not sure I'll ever get wearing sunglasses inside. As a person that went to uni for 4 years, who every single Wednesday found themselves dressed up in some sort of fancy dress theme, as is what you do on a bar crawl, I'm still not sure I'll ever understand wearing sunglasses inside.
Scott Mitchell 2-0 down to Dan Reed at the moment. Dan Reed got a late call up as well because he only hit the road late last night. No, Rose, he's literally qualified for nothing. I think he's at the Players' Championships. Let me just confirm.
That was me. clicked on the wrong screen.
Yeah, he's 47. He's 47, so he's in the Players' Championships. And he's obviously at the Worlds. But other than that, it's not been a happy hunting ground for Raymond van Barneveld. We all know that Barney only came back because of COVID. If COVID had never have come along, he'd have happily mopped up on the exhibition circuit, Gob.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Stephen Burton has turned it round. He's now in front against Brian Rahman. Mickey Mansell may get match starts, but he doesn't. Graham Usher takes out the 46 as we go to a last leg. Mansell has the darts, but I'm going to stick with this one. Graham Usher, Mickey Mansell, 501 shootout. Mansell starts with a 140. Usher responds. Usher back-to-back 140s. Mansell needs to find something here. Otherwise, Usher is favourite in the last leg. He finds a 140. Good last leg from both here. Talk about monkey see, monkey do. Rob. Usher 140, 140, 85. Mansell 140, 85, 140. 136 apiece after 9.
Usher first. Yeah.
Oh, that's huge.
Not Usher first. Mickey Mansell first. Woo-hoo-hoo!
That's a little bit good.
Yes. So was Gian Van Veen, by the way. He fired a 161 to leave 24 against Bradley Brooks, moves 5-3 in front, averaging 103. Yellow Klassen back on the Pro Tour.
Devon Peterson finds himself behind to Eddie Lovely. The average is good from Peterson, but he's behind. Sedlacek levels up with Moulenkamp. O'Shea trails 2-1 to Jacques Labra. But O'Shea looking at double 10 to level. Does level. But the Joker is going to have to find a break of throw at some point. Oh, I'll tell you what, God, when you get a chance, have a look at Streamboard 2. Is it just me, Or is Max Hop's backswing is so long, it's unreal.
Well, it is. So far under his chin.
It was never that long, was it?
No.
Sam, I pay for mine yearly, mate. Mine's working fine. Very, very good from John O'Shea. There is a break opportunity here for the Joker. Teed up 16 after 12. And it does go. Break of throw for John O'Shea. I know, Johnny, I'm never saying he was ever any good, but his action was better than what it is now. That backswing is horrific.
Do we think it's a cover? Because he's always thrown quite hard and he's had injury issues. Do we think that bringing it as far back as he does just allows him to generate more power without having to put that through his elbow?
Possibly. We said John O'Shea had broke. However, it's not a break unless you hold. And Labra has produced some fireworks here. He's gone 140, 180. So we may be back on throw quicker than what we thought. 96 to leave 85 after 9 from the Frenchman. The Joker needs 2 trebles minimum here. Minimum. And he finds a 137 to leave a ton. So if this 85 doesn't go, O'Shea may have a little stab at this ton. A little poke at it. And it doesn't go. And Labra's missed big numbers there because he's only got a dart of the ball from 85. Oh, John O'Shea has missed a dart there. We certainly missed 1, maybe 2. But not punished. Now, the Joker comes back. Double 10, 3 darts in hand for daylight and a 2-leg lead. Labra went round the houses. He left 5, but Joker cannot punish either. They're both on 5. Nervy moments here, Gob, for both.
It is. I'm just following a lead on it.
On 5, are you a 1-2-2 or a 3-1-1 man?
1-2-2 all day.
And John O'Shea does get it. I'm the other way. I'm 3-1-1. I hate 2s. John O'Shea is 4-2 in front. Also going around the board, Gob. Ricky Evans on the verge of a big win against Florian Hempel. And Luke Woodhouse the same against Steve Beaton. Gordon Mathers 4-1 up as well. Is Gigi
I
making
did
a
see your
late
tweet
gallop?
yesterday, and then I fell asleep, mate. I'm not old enough to remember Sean Dundee, unfortunately. How old do you think I am?
Last 64 games are also underway. Gunnar Price 3-2 up on Nathan Rafferty. And Steve Lennon has taken the opener against Dimitri.
Van Veen beats Bradley Brooks.
Machine Gun has beaten the Needle. John O'Shea, double break, 5-2 up now on Jacques Labra.
Dan Reed beating Scott Mitchell 5-2 at the minute. Worth the trip for the late call-up. Gordon Mathers 5-1 up on Jimi Hendrix. Who would have picked this game out at the start of the day? Board 7 about to get underway. David Evans against Richie Burnett.
Oh, I'm a fan. And I tell you what, just for my own pure entertainment indulgence, that's going as feature when this one's finished.
Luke Woodhouse beat Steve Beaton 6-3. Luke Woodhouse was just outside the places, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a good win for him.
Yeah, very good. What are we saying on Big Stevie B and his tour card? Is it safe?
Nothing's ever safe, but he's done a lot of good work this year.
Yeah.
Everyone expected him to be 20, 30k short right now.
Right.
He's 53rd in the world. Is there everybody else below that? I think he'll be all right, you know.
72 grand, I'm saying now he's safe.
Yeah. Luke Woodhouse is just above, by the way. He's on 75.75 now. Maybe it was the Players' Champ race Woodhouse was just outside of? Or is it the World's race?
Right. There are not 11 players going to make up to that figure. Steve Beaton safe for another year. Afternoon, Boise.
We've already had that joke. Ha!
Devon Peterson. Right. Is it me, or does this Devon Peterson Eddie Lovely game feel like it's been going on all week?
Standard.
Gordon Mathers has beaten Jimi Hendrix 6-1. John O'Shea 5-3. Missed the opportunity to seal the deal. Alan Suter has beaten Vincent van der Voort 6-4. Gary Anderson, Jeffrey Jeswan warming up as well. The game I want. Sorry, everyone. I'll apologise now, but this is going as our feature game because I can, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it.
Good for you.
Yes. There we have it. David Evans against Richie Burnett. Yes, please. Oh, God. I said to you that Ricky Evans was on the verge, 5-2 up.
Right.
Hempel's won 3 on the spin. We're now 5 apiece.
Ooh. Ricky's another one who's playing well at the minute, but not getting results.
Yeah. The Joker has left 60. Will he get a go? Lebert on 84. He will get a go at 60. There should be 2 match starts incoming here for the Joker. He's done it. John O'Shea back into the world spots. We said this is going to change constantly. And right now, John O'Shea is heading back to Alexandra Palace as he shoots up to 29. Interesting times here, Gob. So for John O'Shea, that takes him to 24.75. Another win or 2 would jump him to the 25 mark.
Right. I'm going to concentrate now. Been a busy
How are we doing, Darts 1800? Thanks, welcome along. Anyone that hasn't yet, make sure you subscribe and drop us a like. We are almost at that 30k mark, Gob.
Itching ever closer. Hashtag make Gob a YouTuber. Ricky Evans is gone. He's lost 6'5". He hit 180 to leave 45. I think he must have missed 2 darts here because he's left 16.
That's the plan, Rose. We hope so. We hope so.
Who'd beat and lose to? Luke Woodhouse.
As well, for those that care or whatever, I'm on comms this evening at the Super Series.
Josh Rock versus John Henderson on stream, followed by Andrew Gilden and Jermaine Watamena. We've got Aspinall versus Menzies and Hybrex versus Roman on stream 2. I do like the fact they're putting out graphics now with the next batches of matches on.
Yeah. Are we getting a Richie Bennett renaissance here, Gob? He's averaging 107 again.
Jeez.
Aspinall Menzies on board too. That'll be watchable. No, Barney isn't at the slam yet, James.
Could you imagine if he does reach a slam? Is he in the qualifier?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm here for the Barney alarm as many times as possible on Sunday. Rise it up! Because he's not going to qualify for anything else. Is he in the players?
No, that's not fair. Yeah, he's in the players, but let's be fair, Sky love a montage.
Please.
Sedlacek beats Moolenkamp. that has consequences on the tour card race. Trying to juggle all these races is brilliant. Camp currently in 62.
Montemano's beating Keegan Brown. Henderson takes opener against Rock. That's easy. Why am I watching it this way?
Rock missed 6 darts for the opener as well. Big Hendo comes along and just pops one into tops.
Klassen versus Edhouse has gone to a decider. Martinez taking the opener against Ryan So. Dave Chisnell versus Merv King warming up on board 3. I'm so here for that. I was so here for that 20 years ago at the Lakeside. Ooh, Hendo, 140, 140, 140. Leaves 81 after 9 for a 2-leg lead. Rock's gone 84, 140, 180, so sat on 97 if it doesn't go. Michael Smith is out. He lost to David Evans, 6-3 in round 1. Two-dart kill for Josh Rock. 11-dart break back. Now then.
Gary Anderson takes the opener against Jeffrey DeJuan.
Steve Lennon, 5-2 up on Dimitri van den Berg.
Two good performances as well. Forget the results, Gob. It's the manner of them as well. Oh,
yeah.
I tell you what, I'm damn for this from Richie Burnett. 103.
$14.5 darts per leg.
Andrew, it has been absolute carnage so far this morning. When we say carnage, we mean carnage, Gob.
Yeah, let me run you through who we have lost. Luke Humphreys, round 1, gone. We lost Callum Ridd, Gabriel Clemens, Vincent van der Voort, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Rasma, Jose, Martin Lukeman, John Clayton went early. Simon Whitlock, Michael Smith. We just lost Nathan Raffett in the last 64 going price, 107 average and a 6-2 win in that one. Got a few people that are tight competing for spots here, there and everywhere. Matt Campbell being bagelled by Nathan Rafferty, only averaging 77 is a bit of a concern. Josh Rock now 2-1 up. Who else did we lose? Rusty Rodriguez, Scott Mitchell. It's not quite see together that we saw last week, to be fair, but still enough. Mensur Sulovic lost 6-0 to Josh Rock, who averaged 100. Josh Rock was averaging 115 after 4 legs. Ed House beats Klassen 6-5, and it's a 6-2 win for Steve Lennon over Dimitri van den Berg. It's not been the best of time for Dimitri right now.
No. And look, it probably has nothing to do with the equipment, Gob. But when you make a change and it doesn't work, as in picking up results, you start overthinking it. Look at Michael. When he first moved, he won the UK Open because he was still playing regularly, averaged 107. Then the break happened, came back, and panic set in.
Yeah.
When
Hadn't Michael just become a parent as well? Was he close to being a parent again or something?
So yeah, little Mike was born maybe just into lockdown.
Yeah. Is Dimmy allowed to change darts again, or will be contracted to that set? He's not contracted to any set. He's contracted to that manufacturer. As long as they're a Target branded set of darts, he can pretty much throw anything he wants from them.
But look, Michael went back to Old Faithfuls, which weren't manufacturer made.
Yeah.
How do you?
But that was under the agreement from Winmau until they got something close. Because when you put the expenditure that you have into a name as big as Michael van Gerwen, at that point, him winning but wearing your brand on his shirt is more important than him getting spanked with your darts.
Yeah. Hendo's averaging 108 right now, and he's only level. I tell you what, God, this is stunning from Burnett here. Stunning. I just want to have a look to see if the dream is possible.
No, don't get your hopes up. He's still year one as well, remember?
He's only 12 grand off, Gob. If he wins today... Or am I thinking too big?
Way too big. Possible though, Gary can still make the slam, so therefore Richie can still make everything. If I'm not mistaken though, isn't Jeffrey one of those players that just seems to have Gary Anderson's number?
Yeah.
Gary learned to count and everything. 272 and he scores 105. What's going on? I mean, he's got to take the 167 because there's one sat on 58 after 9, but you know.
Absolutely 40. There's only one Prince of Wales and he is a legend.
That was the name of the pub that I used to live in.
The Prince of Wales?
Yeah.
Jeffrey just won.
Played my first ever exhibition night there against Mark Hilton.
Jeffrey just won, averaging 108 right now.
And I should have beat him. Josh Rock averaging 106 is 4-2 up on John Henderson. The boy can do it all.
Connor Scott back in that first round win up. He's 4-1 up, averaging 99 again. Joseph, I wouldn't say a disaster, but I'd also say maybe not as good as what he'd hoped for and wanted. Gary Anderson's now averaging 105. Welcome back, Gary.
Hello there. Oh my. Why are these Muppets allowed an opinion?
Who? What?
Jermaine Pennant and Jamie O'Hara I sat on TalkSport 2 hours ago saying Gerard Piqué is not a legend because it helped that he had Messi, Puyol, Iniesta, and Xavi. He was probably the worst player in that Barca side. Have a word, because Spain didn't win 3 major titles in a row as well. Yeah, that happens if your centre back is garbage. Not.
Some comeback from David Evans here as well. Ryan Joyce 3-1 up on Mike De Decker. Again, Peter Wright, was it 106 in his first game, Gob? Now 91. This is the Peter Wright that we've seen recently. The highs are high, but the lows are low.
This is the pace. Look at the game against Ryan Meikle last weekend. He doesn't like it slow. Yeah. Peter Wright is not the fastest player in the world himself, but he does not like it slow. Wow. Josh Rock completes the win over John Henderson with an 11 dart leg, averaging 110. The boys completed darts. It's an 11 darter for Gary Anderson, who is now averaging 107. Damon Hetter's won a piece of Mario van den Bogaarde early days, but they're averaging 108 and 111. Joe Collins taking open against Labanauskas in 14 darts. Dave Chisnell averaging 104, 4-1 up on Mervyn King. Lee Boyce's tip is still going. Rob Cross, a 6-1 winner over Jamie Hughes. What's going on there?
I'm not having that. Boyce's tip something that's still winning? No. Come on now.
No way.
Nathan Aspinall bashing up Cameron Menzies.
146 for a 12-dart leg. 146 for a 12-dart leg. He'd have gone the proper route and all because he's a 16s man. So that's treble 19, double 16, that.
Or has he gone treble 20, treble 18, double 16?
No, because he's gone 19s. That's the way it's gone. Counting school with me.
We were saying, could you imagine if they ever brought a pairs tournament in? I just want to see Jose play with Johnny just for the sake of it.
I want to see the discussion at the back of the stage when they try and tell each other how to check out 166. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Menzies is on 145. He hit the ball last start to leave 15 instead of 40. Missed 2 darts here, and Nathan Aspinall takes that 95, 25, 20 ball.
You can laugh, Gob, it's fine.
What?
You know what? Gary Anderson completes victory over Jeffrey Deswan, averaging over a ton. The dream of Gando making the slam is still on.
No comment. Oh, Laura, don't tell me that. I want to be better than him at something. It's not fair.
I tell you who else is good at snooker is Joey Cullen. We could have Rock versus the rock star on a snooker table.
Please. I'll referee that as well. I just want to be important. Schindler beats Hudson 6-2 with a 99 average for the wall. Oh, Phil, I need you to just do me I want the new portable mat from Windmill, thanks.
The portable what?
The mat. Preferably in the next 2 weeks.
Glenn, that's a good question. It's been rumoured, but I don't know if anyone's ever asked him, but I will do.
If he has, then he must be second only to Murphy. And if we get him a set of golf clubs,
do you believe Sean Murphy, though?
I do. He's discussed it on the Tubes podcast. I will go and find the clip.
I'm sceptical. Richie Burnett.
My favourite snooker player of all time is not Peter Ebdon. It's obviously Ronnie. The man's a maverick. I love the bloke.
Yeah.
Don't mind Judd. Talks a bit too much.
I'm a fan of Judd. Fan of Ronnie.
I like Mark Allen.
As we've got a lot of Aussies in the chat room, we will go Damon Heta for you.
Ow.
I like
110 checkout from Aspinall beats Cameron Menzies 6-2.
Who's the? I don't want to butcher his name because I can't remember it. The Chinese kid that won the Masters, was it last year? Was it Wang?
Yang Bintao. That's
the one.
Well, you've got Yang Bintao won the Masters. You've got the reigning UK Open champion is Zhao Gudong, who is currently Ronnie's apprentice.
Yeah, no, it's Yang Bintao. I'm a fan.
Yeah. Yeah, Zhao can play as well. His Q action's lovely. Who else have we got? Not sure I enjoy watching Ding because there's just too much pressure on him constantly. Robbo's okay. Early years, Robbo, I wasn't a fan because he just used to run his goal a bit.
That's what
Mark Williams is hilarious, but he also. Do you follow him on Twitter?
Yeah.
The man has the most ridiculous hashtags in the world, but they're always spelt wrong as well. So first of all, you've got to decipher where the words are meant to start and stop. He doesn't capitalize the start of the next word or anything. And the next thing you've got to work out, well, is that letter supposed to be there?
I love it when Ronnie and Mark both give Bazza barrels on Twitter as well.
Yeah.
Because you know you're going to get a reply.
Mm-hmm. They all like a golf day as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Press that button, please, Philip.
Is he warming up? Or he's just started? Hold your horses. Hold your horses. We were getting carried away for snooker. However, everyone, for the second time today, strap yourself in. If you're watching, Jar, this one's for you. I still can't believe he never said thank you for his message as well, Gob.
I know, fuming.
When I sent that to you, you were in tears, weren't you?
He loved the Barney message.
Damon Heta, averaging 96, is in control of this one. Peter Wright, one away. Connor Scott, one away from being Adam Hunt. Tungsten Toffs
next event. No.
Tungsten Toffs stuck. Everyone's calling you it now.
Not stuck. Also, how is Jar the housewife's choice over me? How? I love the boy. Don't get me wrong. In fact, I'm WhatsApping him at the minute. But how is Jar the housewife's choice? He said he's better looking than me. Have a word. He's ginger. Kick a man while he's down, why don't you all? Hello, Rose. I apologise once again for kicking you out of the chat room on Monday night.
This is why Gob shouldn't be allowed to phone when he's drunk.
I wasn't even drunk. I'd had a couple. No, I went to close the room at that point. Honestly, I'd literally like scrolled up on my phone to shut it. I thought I'd pop in, say hello in the chat room, whatever. I couldn't actually hear you because I didn't want to turn it up while the game was going on. And then you sent me a message going, what the hell did Rose do? I was like, nothing. What are you going on about? And you can't undo it then either. I'm glad it was just a timeout and not a block because I'd have been fuming at myself.
It's all good fun. Joe Cullen averages a ton. He is through.
An all Belgian bash on streaming board 2. Hello there.
Hello there.
You did nothing, honestly. It was just me. Sat at a pub.
Bit of Obi-Wan. Hello there. Christoph Rotowski, the Polish Eagle. I was going to say, the Polish Eagles soaring right now.
Yeah. Back to back 14. So we've got Peter Wright through against Adam Gaulas. That's a 6-4 win. Joe Collins, a 6-1 winner over Darius Labanauskas as well. You got result on 14. Danny Janssen beating Jake Jones. Now, pretty.
Yeah. Look, wasn't a classic. However, Danny Janssen won't care.
Correct. Can you believe Judd Trump and MVG are the same age? Because you look at what they've achieved so far at a relatively young age, it's scary. It's mad that. Judd is missing a couple of world titles, but other than that, he's won pretty much everything else, hasn't he? Like, that's the next one. He's got one now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got one.
I made that up. He's got one.
No, he's got one. Do you reckon if Ronnie wins it this year or next year, does he then just walk off into the sunset?
No. Why would he? Ronnie's going to do a Gary Anderson. He's just going to be around, right? Even if he drops low, as long as he's not in a leisure centre somewhere qualifying, he will be at whatever he can muster being in just by playing in TV. He looked magnificent last night.
Oh, yeah. He's unreal, but he just doesn't care, does he? It's just like...
They got to the interval last night, and there's Stephen Hendry, I can't remember who else was on comms, as a pundit, and the host. And Ronnie was 4-0 up at the break. Race to 11, I think it was. And the question was asked, is there any way back into this game for Zhao? And Stephen Hendry's like, no, this game is over. As brutal as you like. And they're like, yeah, but don't turn off because there's still potentially some frames of brilliance to come. You can see them all scrambling, going, "Don't do that. We need all the audience we can get." And Hendry's like, "Nah, this one's done. Stick a fork in it."
This one's Romeo. Stick a fork in it.
Because Hendry was meant to be playing as well, wasn't he? But then the ITV scheduled his performances as a pundit during his session as well, potentially. So,
yeah. Right, we'll do the darts question first, and we'll come back to that. Danny Jensen, currently he's in 45th for Minehead, so done enough. I know all if buts and maybes. Take that win off, he'd be nowhere near, and that win came from nowhere. So he's there on merit, but he's been very inconsistent. Does Stuka still need him? Look, it's not very often that a team or a person is bigger than the sport. However,
Ronnie is. Ronnie's bigger than snooker.
Especially
Ronnie
in the UK.
Snooker. Yeah. I think even abroad, right? Even in Asia, where the sport is going for a massive, massive boom, right? They are getting behind their players. They're producing a line of pros that are absolutely solid. You look at Ding, you look at Zhao, you look at Yan, players from Thailand. You've got, is it Mink as the female #1 at the minute? They've got quality, right? But there's still just that desire to see Ronnie.
Yeah.
When Stephen Hendry took up Chinese 8-ball for a year, the desire to see him was ridiculous. Gareth Potts is Mark Selby's brother-in-law. He used to play English 8-ball. He played Chinese 8-ball for about 2 or 3 years. He was an absolute superstar over there. People barely even know he is in the UK, unless you picked up a cue.
Yeah.
Oh my. Gian Van Veen is averaging 114 right now and is 2-0 behind to Brendan Dolan, who's averaging 111.
Casual.
Bunton and Mansell, 3 apiece. There's a juxtaposition of styles in that one.
Just the casual approach. John O'Shea, 2-1 down to Roby at the moment. What makes Van Veen's darts so downwards? Partly his throwing technique, but also the makeup of the dart obviously has a lot to do with it as well.
Does he hold it right at the front? Is he a bit Rob Owen?
Yeah.
Hang on, how's he doing that? What's that first leg? That second leg wasn't. Scott Williams is going berserk, mate. Then again, he's just left 100 after 12 and not got a dart at it. He's averaging 116. First leg, he left 16 after 12, didn't get a dart. Then 11, a 14, and he just left a ton after 12 and didn't get a dart. It's Gary Ando in the Grand Slam of darts. He's not until he wins the Pro Tour today and tomorrow. In fact, no, he would have to win both, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Is there 2 Pro Tour spots available? Or is there just one now that Ross Smith won the Euros?
Not sure, to be fair, without looking. Mathers and O'Connor just getting underway in the last 64. Thibaut Tricol was taking the opener against Daryl Gurney, and Alan Suter has raced into a 4-0 lead over Jason Heaver. Brian Roman has pinned 161. He leads Kim Hybrex 4-1. Dobie has one back against Hempel on board 3.
No, Dolphins will get torn apart. I have the Eagles versus the 49ers in the NFC and the Bills against the Ravens in the AFC. And it'll probably be the Eagles and the Bills right now.
What about Dan Marino?
Bills will have. Shut up, Dan Marino. I know that Josh Allen does a lot of running, but going and getting Naeem Hines was a big move for the Bills, just at running back to give them that backup to Singletary. Their receivers are ridiculous. Hate to admit it, because Cam from the channel is an Eagles fan, and that's all we ever hear about, but they just look ridiculously solid. And look, they might be 4-4 at the minute, and whatever, but adding CMC to that offense that already had Debo and Kittle is ridiculous. That if those three stay fit for the rest of the season, it'll be Eagles versus 49ers and then Bills versus the Ravens.
Adding CM Punk.
Shut up. If two players finish on the same map for World Race, how is countback decided? It's last 4 events, I think, Sean.
Yeah.
So it starts off as last 4 and then total earn, and then it works its way back to the next event.
Or if in doubt, look at Rule 1.
Whoever they want.
No, the countback rules quite. It's there, and
can't discount the Chiefs, no, but that's just who I fancy right now. Depends if they get home games at Arrowhead all the time. If they're at Arrowhead, different kettle of fish, but
Scott Williams has leveled it up on board 1. 3 apiece now with Luke Woodhouse.
Eagles got a ridiculous schedule, yeah. My team are in a bit of trouble because we got a ridiculous schedule to finish. Had to beat the Bears the other day.
Both John O'Shea and Raymond Van Barneveld in a world of trouble. Need to be perfect here. No wiggle room for either, as our feature game is going all the way. But Damon Hetta does have the darts. What he'd give for a 2 travel visit to start this one. He's been in control. It's better than that. That's some start.
Sure. Chris Dobie now 4-3 behind Florian Hempel. Scott Williams, Luke Woodhouse still 3 apiece, both averaging over a ton. Watermainer goes 5-4 up on Andrew Gilding. What is going on with Goldfinger right now? I can't buy a win. Mickey Mansell wants 101 to knock out Stephen Clinton.
His TV record's always been questionable, but on the floor, he's been solid as you like.
Mm-hmm.
Christoph Ratajski batters Raymond Van Barneveld 6-1.
Mansell beats Bunting 6-3. Adrian Lewis goes 3-2 up on Richie Edhouse, averaging 102.
Chris Dobie levels it up with Florian Hempel and Damon Heta. 180, 1-2, 1-1, 140, 60 and 2 for a sublime 11 dart leg. That's what you call coming to the party when you need it, Gob.
Simple, isn't it? Do that all the time.
Should we have a bit of jackpot?
Please. Oh my, look what else? 1-1-2 for a 5-3 lead on Scott Williams, and that was a break of throw as well. I love Eddie Lewis's walk-on song, and it's difficult to not sing or hum along. But the fact it's also the tune for Max Verstappen is doing my head in.
I'm not an F1 fan, as you know, so I wouldn't know that.
Not Super Max, the other one. It's like Max Verstappen. Go away. Some lights on. Wade won. Is Wade even playing today? He is. What a boy. Yeah. 102 average from James Wade.
What did you think of the news of his split from his management company?
Pass. Don't know. I don't really know the reasons behind it. It seemed like it was working from the outside, but it seemed to come a little bit short as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Just a little bit out of the blue. So, I think Gary Anderson is a PDC Pro longer than James Wade is right now, and that's saying something.
I love Maisie's sense of humour.
Yeah, but I heard Maisie can't count, or she messed up a dart sum for her homework the other week. So you can throw her, but she needs a dad to tell her what to hit. That's what I've heard.
Chris Dobie wins 4 on the spin to see off Florian Hempel, and Jermaine Watamina on the stream, Gob, has gotten the job done.
Well, I haven't seen that on the stream yet. Oh, yeah. Poor visit from Gilding. Left 160. Only scored 40. And a 68 in 3 for Watamena. From 5-3 down, Scott Williams has won back-to-back legs and is now 5 apiece. A decider against Luke Woodhouse. Williams averaging 106. Lewis goes 4-3 in front on Edhouse. We've got Jason Heaver 5-3 behind Tylen Suter. Result for Mickey Mansell still. Is that one not changed? Is that one on stream? No. And Dolan 5-3 up on Gian Van Veen. Willie O'Connor, Gordon Mathers 3 apiece as well. Good to see GG down in Portsmouth last week, by the way.
Yeah.
Chisnell versus Dobie on the stream. Please.
Remember, everyone, drop us a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Come and say hi in the chat room.
It wasn't a real dartboard. The numbers were in the wrong place.
Love that. I tell you what, I know he's a maverick and everything like that. We keep talking about it, but Scott Williams' maths is also unreal.
164 to leave 142. What the hell?
But we've seen it at the live league. Oh, he's missed tops. He's gone treble 17, and missed the dart at tops. What a finish that would have been. 164, 142.
Not necessarily. He might have missed the 17, gone 25, and treble 20 to leave tops. If you go 17 because your second dart at 24.
I like fairy.
It's a better story if he has missed tops and then this 76 goes. Don't leave me hanging, Luke. Which it does in 3 if he's missed a dart there. Ooh, that takes some nerve from Luke Woodhouse, by the way. Averages 10 points lower, but gets the job done on the number 32 seed. Damon Hatter next on stream.
Tricol on the verge of the last 64.
Board 9. So Hatter will play either Jim Williams or Devon Peterson on stream. That's a long time to wait for a stream.
Yeah.
Sort them out, Glenn. This game's ready to go.
This one's got legs, plus they'll want at least a 5-minute break to go to the loo or whatever.
Yeah, we could watch Steve Lennon versus Mickey Mansell right now.
Alan Souter is starting to find the form of last year. Look, he was brilliant at the World Championships, but the first half of this year, Gob, was somewhat disappointing for a man that has set the bar so high. Look, he still threw some good darts, but just not to the level that we expect of him. But had good runs last time out.
Syndrome is a thing. Second season syndrome is a thing. There's no more surprises anymore. There's no more shocks. Once you get over that build up to that first World Championship, you're not the new guy on tour doing a job on people. You're just another guy on tour.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go with that.
We've seen it with so many players. Brendan Dolan's just bust 16, and Van Veen has 3 in hand at double 10 for 5 apiece.
Sedlacek on the verge of beating Meikle. Warming up, going Price, Connor Scott. Yes, please.
Goes in 2 for Van Veen. We're going all the way in that one. I've got a question for someone in the chat room rather than questions for us. Shawnee Mack, when are we next going to see you? On the Oki, sir?
Yeah. Yeah.
Will we see Portsmouth? Will we see you in Holland? Are you in Ireland, Killarney? Is it Lakeside whenever that happens? Q School? What we saying, Shawnee?
Interview with Neil Duff dropping on Sunday.
Good timing. How are Luke, Searle and Humphreys getting on? Humphreys is gone. Humphreys lost round 1 to Jeffrey Desvan. Searle, I think, won his first game. I'm just trying to find his second. He beat Tony Martinez in the second game as well. Killarney, World Masters, Q School. Perfect. Look at that. A straight answer from a darts player. I never thought we'd ever get one. It'll be good to see the Punisher back on the board.
William O'Connor has seen off GG 6-3 on board 5, Gob.
Yes. Mathers was sat on 70. Oh, no, don't do that yet. Is Ricky Evans still going? No.
No, he was 5-2 up and lost.
Cheeky little B-reel time. 2:30. Here we go. Smile. You got to get on B-reel.
I'm not on it, but I will have a look.
It's fantastic. It's like Instagram, but a specific time. So it don't matter what you're doing. You can't make it look pretty.
To be fair, that's my Instagram anyway. How'd you make this look pretty?
No comment. Yeah, but at least then we don't have to see your flip-flops, which is what we normally see.
Yeah, but if it's B-reel, they're on all the time anyway.
Well, depends what you're taking a photo of, doesn't it? It's supposed to be a snapshot of what you're doing in that moment of the day, and you take both sides of your camera. So you take front and back facing.
Because this game isn't streamed, we are definitely going with this one. The Iceman, Gerwyn Price.
Are we seeing a bit of a resurgence from Gary Anderson in recent weeks? We are. Well, action-wise, looks $1 million.
The last Pro Tours, he was superb.
Yeah.
Afternoon Weekly Darts Cast. Ryan Meikle looked done and dusted, but he's back within one of Sedlacek. All good here.
Well,
just stream this today into this evening, and then I'm back down to Portsmouth. I'm on comms this evening with Corinne.
Poor woman. 2 sessions of Henry, and then she's got to put up with you. No one deserves that.
Right.
No one.
These are the shortfalls. Ryan Meikle was fourth at the
ago, she was sat next to Wayne Mardle on Sky. Now she's got to sit next to you in Portsmouth.
Well, you know. Let that be a lesson. Stay humble.
Stay humble. Right. All right, AJ.
Gerwyn Price motoring right now. Just the casual 107 from the Iceman. Oof. That's a little bit good from Connor Scott. A little bit good. Bucket this commentary team right now.
A friend of mine on Twitter.
What's that?
A friend of mine on Twitter works for a bookmaker. I can't say which one because we may or may not be sponsored by a different one right now. But they currently have Josh Rock as the joint 5th favourite for the World Championships. a man who has won one match on TV is as likely to win the World Championship as Johnny Clayton. Only Van Gerwen, Price, Wright, and Michael Smith are more likely. Is everybody scared that Josh Rock is about to do a Rob Cross? Is that what it is? Would he be this short if Rob Cross hadn't done what he did a couple of years back?
Possibly not.
That isn't a go at Josh, by the way, at all. His form right now is ridiculous. And even if he is playing this well, even if he starts playing even better than he is right now, the lack of TV experience as it stands right now is that we are petrified of we've seen this before a couple of years ago. If, for instance, West Ham were top of the Premier League by 6 points at the World Cup break, do you think they'd still be as long as Leicester were when they won the Premier League 12 years ago?
And also, as well, this has been done, one, like you say there, because of the current form, the current trajectory that he's on, but also last year, remember the draw when it was done, and this isn't a pop-up Whaley by any stretch of the imagination, when that Section 2 came out, everyone said there is no way that James Wade does not make the semi-final.
Yeah.
And again, if that happens, say there is a section like that and Josh Rock finds himself in that section after the draw, if they put him off at 100 to 1 and he plops in there and there's no way he can't make the doesn't make the semi-final, all of a sudden he's 2 games from winning it at 100 to 1.
Yeah. Equally as so, he could find himself up against Michael Van Gerwen, Price, or Peter Wright in round 2.
Well, this is why that price will also change and fluctuate after the draw is done. So at the moment, they've got a blank canvas. They don't know where he's going to fit in or anything like that.
So what we're saying is if you are looking at Josh Rock, wait until the draw now because you've missed your chance to get on him early and hope it goes the other way.
Yeah.
If you are having a bet, do so responsibly. 18 plus B gamble aware.
Gerwen Price is motoring.
15?
15 and starts with a S.
What the hell? Glenn's got well, M12s as well. 10 data for Gezi. I do think Josh has a good team around him at the minute. The way that others on the tour have spoken about him comes with a lot of praise. How wasn't this pick for the stream? What, Price against Scott?
God, he's done a 10.
Ridiculous.
He's done an 11. This is ridiculous from Price.
Yeah, it's a bit good.
I think he's
I don't know why you've thrown that to me. There's not really a lot more I can say on that matter. That is a bit good.
I think he's that focus is back because he clearly wasn't focused at the Euros. The fact he wanted to get home for his daughter's 16th birthday, look, which I fully get, and you could see that because on stage there was no emotion, there was no aggression from minute one last weekend.
Yeah. Do you know what? Dark Connect is absolutely brilliant for what we can do with it, but it definitely needs some tinkering, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The Dark Connect logo at the top, above the number 4 currently on screen, needs to just take you back to the event. And the number 4 on the screen right there needs to stop changing depending on what visit both players are on. And that should be the board number.
Yeah.
I don't need the rest of the information. Searle and Suter are underway then. Oh my. Hello. How much I'd get for a Josh Rock Scott Williams final? That'd be ridiculous.
I can get behind that.
Same. Suits! First leg against Searle, 180, 180, 105. Mansell gets one back against Lennon. What?
Well,
I missed the first leg on stream, but how did Dave Chisner only average 54 in it? Dobie takes out 1-1-2 for a 2-0 lead. Brutal. Watermaina goes one apiece with Josh Rock. Both players averaging 102.
Casual.
Suits, 10 dart leg, 150 average. Oh, I'm glad he didn't take that. Roby John, 3-0 up on Martine Clearmacher. Ratajski, 3-2 up on Schindler. Rob Cross is averaging 116 against James Wade and is 4-1 up. Ouch. As Price completes a 6-2 win over Connor Scott with 111 average. Are we seeing these big numbers more and more and more right now, or is it just a figment of my imagination? Is it a case of we're just paying attention to the averages a little bit more after leg 1 and 2 than we should be?
Yeah, possibly, but also I think at the start of the year there was a lull that we weren't seeing as many of these big averages, but now they're back because we had that lull. I think it's more noticeable. So a bit of Gando.
Rob Cross is 5-1 up, averaging 115. Josh Rock extends his average to 104 with a 2-1 lead. Warming up on 5. Peter Wright against Willie O'Connor. Burnett against Van Veen on 7.
Oh, yes, please.
What do you think of Gary's chances at the Worlds? Right. Here we go. The way that he's played in the last couple of weeks, he's got just as good a chance as he's had for the last 2 or 3 years. If he keeps his form up. The way that his action is right now is ridiculous. And also, when I finished the Winmore launch stream yesterday, YouTube auto-played Gary Anderson's second World Championship win against Adrian Lewis in the final. And you forget at that point, he was 11 matches unbeaten. Then he went all the way to the final the next year. He'd already been in a final before. He's been to another final since. The man just has it at Alexandra Palace. Some people do, some people don't. And we talk about players absolutely loving certain venues. But when it's the World Championship, we sort of only ever talk about players that hate it or overlook how good players are at a venue. Yeah. Gary Anderson at Alexandra Palace is a just ridiculous animal. Rob Cross beats James Wade 6-1 with a 113 average.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Look, is it free-flowing Gary Anderson, one of the best 2 players in the world right now? No. But does he have the ability to rock up, do damage like he has done on numerous occasions at Ali Pali, put in a couple of shocks, avoid an upset early, and go deep. 100% he does.
I think that the key for me, for Gary in the Worlds, is one, when he plays in that schedule, because there's a long break. I'm not sure. I don't think as a seed you played twice before the Christmas break, do you?
No.
So if he were to play early, I wonder how much he's going to pick them up in that gap.
Yeah.
So if I'm Gary, I'm scheduled late in round one.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's obviously in the build-up to the Worlds, the same as always. He's got a run of exhibitions up in Scotland. He'll be playing plenty of darts in that time.
Yeah.
So you'd like to think the action will be ready and everything along those lines. But it's then when he goes home, I'm not even convinced he has a dartboard at home anymore.
I'm looking at potential matchups later on as well, by the way. So as 10th seed at the minute, you'd run into number 23, I think, in the third round. Which is Daryl Gurney, who is on the up again a little bit right now, but you'd still fancy a crack at if you're Gary Anderson. Then the round after, you'd play 7 or 26, which is Rids or Luke Humphreys. Fantastic start of the season for Luke, but since he's become a parent the last few weeks, perhaps a gear or two off the pace. And then after that, you run into Peter Wright or Cullen or whoever. So that one gets a little bit more complicated.
Yeah. Just having that.
I mean, I've just plotted his way to the quarterfinals, but yeah.
Graham Hall topped the group. Sam Kankit finished second. They are two that qualified.
Who missed out then? DJ, Keelan.
Gary Blake, DJ, Andreas Toff Jorgensen, and Keelan Kay.
Sweet. Oh, Josh Rock's just reeled in the big fish against Jermaine Bottomena for a 4-3 lead. The boy really can do it all. Oh, Dobes, man. Dobes. Oh, I realise that's on the stream and I've just spoiled it now, but
he should have been 3-0 up. He missed clear darts for 3-0 earlier on.
oh, he misses treble number 8 for the 9. Boo! Boo, Chris Dobie. Oh, and Chisnell's just taken out 1-1-2 as well. That's 4-2. Ouch.
On current form, your top 3 players in the world right now. still think the big three. It's just what order you put them in.
I'm going for none of them. I think there are 3 players that are producing better quality darts, but just have less experience of getting over the line in big matches.
On that front, you're going to go along the lines of Rock, Chisnall,
Damon Heta.
Yeah, on the floor, I agree with you, but 2 of them cannot win on TV.
In terms of, if I'm answering the question on current form, your top 3 players in the world right now, who do I want to play least in a World Championship final? Price, Wright, MVG. If I'm answering who do I want to play least on the first round of a Pro Tour, the answer is Chisnall, Heta, or Josh Rock.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think there's a big difference between floor form and TV form. I think TV-wise, it's still the big 3 for me.
Yeah.
That
went in, honest. That being said, I just completely jinxed Josh Rock, who's now 5-4 behind. Dobie gets one back. He's 4-3 behind to Dave Chisnall. Cullen and Edhouse one apiece. Cullen just going about his business today. Peter Wright leads Willie O'Connor 2-1. We've got Ryan Searle 5-2 up on Suits, averaging 106. Suits still averaging 110, but he did have a 10 darter to open, remember. Steve Lennon won away against Mickey Mansell. And Jean Van Veen averaging 116 is 2-1 up on Richie Burnett.
Yeah, I look at transferring it. I wish that at the moment, and I don't mean this the way it may sound, but if you're a seed, you actually want Heta on TV at the moment.
I wouldn't go that far.
I just look at his TV. I don't think his TV game is anywhere near. And that was summed up at the European Championships. To this day, I've still got no idea how he didn't win. Or it's just, it doesn't happen for him on TV right now. On the floor, he's battering everyone. But he just can't take that game onto a TV.
I don't know. I still wouldn't fancy him. I still wouldn't fancy playing him, sorry. Because he hasn't been doing it as long as Ian White had been doing it. Basically, what you just done there is put him in the Ian White category. But Ian White had a reputation for doing it for nearly 10 years on the TV. Damon Heta has been doing it for...
I agree. In terms of longevity,
he's been producing on the floor. And at some point, right now, it will click. It has to click.
You hope so,
Ian White.
Because look, he's an absolute diamond of a person, Damon Heta. But he just needs to find a way of translating it onto a TV.
Yeah.
And with Chizzy,
Damon Heta's only been at that level on the floor for such a short space of time. There's still time for it to click on TV. We've spoken about
I agree.
Humphrey,
that I agree
Chris Dobie, etc. We're seeing that a little bit more and more and more now. Ian White had been doing it for so long that it was a case of will it ever happen? Not or you just fancy a crack at him?
I agree. In terms of longevity and everything like that, it's not there. But it's just something that I think watching him as well, he's almost thinking about it now as well because he's so aware that it's not happening on TV for him.
Yeah, but Cullen was the same, wasn't he? You think he used to have that dreadful record at Alexandra Palace?
Oh, yeah, no, he did. 100%. And I look at Chizzy, that on his day, he can blow anyone away. But I'm never convinced he's going to do that 2 games in a row on TV.
Maybe. Lennon beats Mansell 6-1. We got Chisnall and Dobie 5-4. Big 180 from Chisnall in that leg. O'Connor leads Peter Wright right now. Right. Easy for me to say. And Luke Woodhouse leads Gary Anderson 4-2. What happens when you start talking about Gary winning the Worlds? Stupid.
Ryan Meikle having a bit of a mare here against Danny Jansen. To be fair, there's been no sign of this form from Luke Woodhouse either. He's played really well all day, and there's been no sign of this at all from him on the Pro Tour this year.
Not really, no. You what?
Cheers, Glenn. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, Craig. Tuned in at work. Chisnell beats Dobie 6-4. Excellent game between those two, both just a shade under a ton.
Gary.
Learn to count, son. Son, man's 52. So,
Gob, in a potentially 2 minutes' time, can we say it's the end of an era?
maybe. It ain't over. It's 13 dart leg for Joe Cullen to go 4-2 up on Richie Edhouse. 116 checkout from Peter Wright for a 12 dart leg for him. Gets him back to within 1 against Willie O'Connor. And Gian Van Veen still averaging 109 against Richie Burnett.
I really like Jean Van Veen, and I've been critical of other players for the same thing. So I'm not changing my opinion on it, but lifestyle changes aren't also needed.
No. More Wednesdays. Did Corin smack Henry? I hope so.
If I rock up for the stream tomorrow with a black eye, then she's whacked me tonight.
Suits Searles in a decider, and with the darts, Suits has gone ton 80. An 81 from Searle on his first visit. 1-2-1 response. So he's still 78 behind. No, he's not. Here he is. Good maths, me.
Oh,
Gary, go on. Still alive. Edhouse gets one back against Cullen. I'll be impressed if Peter Wright takes this out. He wants the max. Six darts from 1-2-1 from Suits. And it goes in 3. That's a 12 dart leg for Suits, who beats Ryan Searle.
I thought Ryan Searle's comments were interesting as well about the Euro Tour and how he struggled with the travelling this year. I think there's a lot in that.
Ryan Joyce.
No, Ryan Searle spoke about it at the weekend. That he was like, I haven't enjoyed the travelling on the Euro Tour this year.
Get used to that.
Ryan Meikle was 1-3 on the spin. He was 2-0 down to Danny Jansen. Now he is in front, upped his average from 77 to 99 in 3 legs, Gob. That's impressive.
Very. I need to go back and look at the new look. Was there another launch today? Was it there? No.
The dream is over.
No!
Glenn, now that Gary physically can't get to the Grand Slam, can we have odds that he doesn't play tomorrow?
Come on. Yeah, sure. No, I knew that one was today. That one went at 12. I'm sure someone on Twitter yesterday said there was 2 today. We had one more yesterday. There was another one last week.
The Harrows one's coming up.
Is that today? That's the 8th. When is there's horrible branding right now?
Who's that?
Unicorns.
When's theirs?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
I should know because I was sending some stuff on it.
Yes, you should. No, it's not on their feed at all. Yeah, Willie O'Connor beat Peter Wright 6-3, and it's the same scoreline for Joe Cullen in a victory over Richie Eckhouse. Quantum, was it Quantum?
I haven't looked at Sean. Did you watch the Mission launch? If so, is there any products that we're going to see not go on sale? Penny just dropped then, God, didn't it? Because you have one.
Me? I don't know what you're talking about, mate. No, there might be one in Unicorns range that doesn't make it, though.
It's a running joke. Look, it's common knowledge, so I'm just going to say it anyway. The first year that Mission did their launch, when they bought their ring light out, did it go on sale for a day, perhaps?
It was on sale for a couple of weeks, but I have one.
However, it got pulled quite rapidly, and they were served with legal papers for copyright by another manufacturer. And they had to redesign it quite quickly. But Gob has one of them.
Not sure. That's really all over. Well, that wasn't the biggest launch we've ever seen, but it was Quantum. Oh no, they're still going. No, that's Mission. Oh, I don't know. I lose track. I'll have a look later. Where are we? Back to the home screen. Oh, just 2 games in play. Janssen against Mikkel and Devon Peterson 1-0 up on Damon Heta. Is that the last game in the last 32 as well?
I think so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, one of two. Yeah, that'll be the last one. So they held that for streaming the entire time when we could have snuck another one in. Oh, don't like that. So the draw for the well, we could talk through the last 16 right now, pretty much. It will be Luke Woodhouse against Jermaine Wattimena after we lost Gary Anderson and Josh Rock against those two. It will be Dave Chisnall against Joe Cullen. Willie O'Connor will take on Steve Lennon, another All-Irish clash for Scuba Steve. It'll be Gian Van Veen against Alan Suter. The winner of Heta or Devon Peterson will take on Martin Schindler. Roby John Rodriguez will once again take on Gerwin Price. I'm sure they meet every single bloody week. Rob Cross will play the winner of Danny Janssen and Ryan Meikle. And Kim Huybrechts will face another Belgium in Mike de Decker. He beat Brian Roman earlier, and he beat Nathan Aspinall 6-3 in that last round as well.
Yeah.
What darts do you guys use at the moment? Anything you like in the latest Winmau and mission launches? I've not seen all the mission one yet, so it's not fair for me to comment on that. The Winmau one, none of the darts are really for me.
There is one set that you will like, I promise you. And next time you come down, I'll let you throw them. You will like them.
What? The Noppers?
No, the Valhallas.
Are they front-loaded but not, aren't they? That's...
Yeah, they're front-loaded, but they're a straight dart. You will like them, I promise.
Yeah, potentially. I like the look of the mat that you can just stick down. I want one of them for my venue, for where I play weekly darts. I was probably more intrigued by the accessories, to be fair. I'm currently using Adrian Lewis Gen 2 target darts with some different points in them. And I use L-style flights and stems. But after practicing with a certain Scotsman last week, I'll be collecting a set from him in Reading next weekend. They were lovely.
Did you get on with them?
You've seen my darts, I bet you, Phil. So it's straight barrel, it's short point, and it's tweeny flights and stems. Jim McEwen's with long points in, 3 grams heavier, still L-style flights. They just went. Could not miss.
I'm currently throwing. I like the Valhallas and the new Danny Noppets. I'm etching. I think I prefer the Noppets, but they're both really, really nice. So I've got the Danny Noppet with the 41mm grooved windmill point, intermediate vector stem, and just a normal flight. And I'm actually grouping them really, really well.
Better than you did the brass darts, anyway.
Yeah. However, we all know who I'm in front of on that list.
You've said it enough times.
My tactic was very clear. It was the volume of darts that was important, not where they went. The more you throw, the more points you're going to get. So I was just going for get them to the board as quick as possible.
Not Edgar.
Right?
I've got my eyes on a set of Loxley darts. Actually, they've got 2 scallops, but one's right at the back of the barrel. I can't remember what they're called. 2 secs. The Sorcerers, I think they're called. So they're a bit like Mervyn King's, but the back of the dart on the King has a scallop and then a straight bit that goes into the point, into the stem, whereas these have a scallop all the way to the back. So I want to crack with them.
Yeah, honestly, next time I see you, I'll let you chuck the Valhallas, but I promise you will like them.
Someone has inquired about the availability of the Peter Wright darts of yours that I own.
Did they like them?
Because Well, they threw them. They played in the live league in the Super Series, but they had 2 very, very old sets, so they're very worn. So the grip's gone. So I mentioned that I had a newer set with me. Well, I didn't have them with me. I literally swapped them over before I went back down. Otherwise, I'd have used them in Portsmouth last week.
Yeah.
But I might loan them and see what they're like. Makes no difference. You robbed them anyway.
Yeah, Matt, I'm there Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Danny Jansen has seen off Ryan Meikle 6-4 as Heta levels up with Peterson 2 apiece.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a set of the MVG trilogies as well, which are all right.
Oh, have you? Aren't they supposed to be somewhere right now?
No, I've got another set.
Yeah, there was 3, but aren't 2 of them supposed to be somewhere?
Yeah, they've gone as well. The 3 sets I had have gone, and then I had some from the launch.
Shocking. Stefan Peterson going full Paul Lim in the background, practicing throwing his dart towards streaming board 1 instead. I'm a big fan of that.
He's trying to hit someone.
It looks like they're holding the last 16 to start at the same time again, which they didn't do on the women's series, so it confused me last week, but it looks like they're doing it again now, which I don't mind there being a break at this point.
They did, but then they still went early with the women's series. They held it as long as possible, and then was it 3 went and started before the rest of them?
Yeah. When am I next there? I don't know when I'm next there, Phil. Heta takes the lead, 3-2. Yes, please, Matt. I am itching for a set of them. Can't wait to throw 6 darts and go, no, they're not for me. But just the scallop just looks like it's bang in the right place.
Love that, Laura.
Josh's are just basically a straight ring grip, aren't they? I've just seen John's and I don't like the front of them.
To be fair, I don't want to bash the manufacturer, but the only negative thing I've got about Josh's darts come from him. He says the grip wears too quickly. He has to change them too often.
He gets given them, so it don't matter.
Yeah, for him that's fine. But if you're having to buy them because that's what you throw, and the grip wears quickly, that's not a good thing.
We are seeing a lot of coloured darts now. And I did see a comment yesterday saying that people that have bad eyesight don't necessarily want blacked out darts. They just want straight up silver ones. Do we think scallops will be more popular with the rise of Joe Cullen? Possibly. The first person to really scallop it was Mervyn King, and I did have a set of those, but I just found myself, I don't know, I struggle to grip my dart in the same place as it is with a straight barrel dart, but I'm more comfortable there. I just can't find one in the right place.
Although Mervs are scalloped, they are very unique to his.
Yeah.
Where the Cullen one is just a scallop to sit your thumb. Where the Merv one, you have no choice where to put your fingers. And if that doesn't suit your pattern, that's an issue.
That's what I struggled with. So as a concept, I really, really like the Mervs.
Yeah.
But I just can't get my hand to work in them. I've tried the Gary Anderson Dream Boys. Scallop's too far in the middle. I've tried the Collins. It's too far in the middle. I've got a set of Jamie Caven XQ Max too close to the middle. I need it as far back as possible. And the problem with going as far back as possible, you either have to have a thicker dart or there's no real solid back end of the dart for your stem to screw into.
The one that you want or may work for you, I don't even know if they still make it, but the Phil Taylor knitting needle dart, they made one with a scallop right at the back.
Henry Coates has a set. He was going to let me have a chuck at the next county game, but he's at the JDC Super 16s this weekend, so I won't get to see him. You can get them still. They are available online. I think there's an eBay site that sells an awful lot of them.
Right.
But they only come in like 25s. Trying to get them at 21 or 22 is impossible. But given the way that I threw Jim McEwen's the other week, I might look at more weight. But I'm playing very nice at the minute. So 180 Raptor. Let's have a look at those. Because I don't like ultra aggressive grip either. The ones you sent me the other week were pretty nice, actually.
I was just looking for the ones that.
But they weren't a scallop. That was just the dart got thicker in front of it. Oh no, not for me then. No. I'm really fussy as well. I don't like ultra grip. So like when things like I forgot what the grip's called now. When Target had their second big massive launch, when everybody's had a set of that grip darts. MODUS had it, Lewis has had it, Bunting's Gen 2 had it. There's almost like little holes drilled in everywhere.
Yeah, the Pixel was too aggressive for me as well.
Pixel grip. I can't stand Pixel grip at all. Not the biggest fan of Razor. I just like ring grip. It's a shame that on the player darts, they don't provide the points that they use to. I think the problem with that is some players have private deals for points. The first player that really moved away points-wise was Gary, didn't he? He started using the CD points.
Yeah.
So Unicorn made their own version of those with the rings on the point, but they aren't the same. They're definitely not the same quality as the CD points. They're them, Phil. But I refuse to pay 50 quid for a set that I might not like after 30 seconds.
That's the sort of thing that I think would work for you, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what I need, that back. I need something to push off with my thumb in the same place every time. I'm not sure about, not the middle black bit, but the other bit where the grip changes a bit. I'm not sure about that either by the look of it. I'm going to be even more fussy. I don't like radial grooves either. Grip should only run around the barrel. It shouldn't run down. I don't like lines running down.
Those ones I've sent you, aren't you going there soon?
Potentially. Yeah, I might have to have a chat. Can I throw a set of these?
Yeah.
Sam, what do you throw? I made a wavy grip. You made your own set. Ping it me on Twitter. DM me and I'll have a look. I've got loads of sets of darts here, though. My brother throws the Whitlock World Cup special editions. Have I got Insta? Yeah. What about Shawnee? Good luck if I don't speak to you before your next few events, mate.
Good luck, mate. Hopefully see you soon. Shawnee, before you go, when are you in Wokingham anytime soon?
Hector won away, by the way, so we might potentially be looking at some last 16 ties very shortly. My Instagram's an absolute mess, by the way. I just don't bother with it.
Oh, I love a bit of Insta.
Stalk a few stories, that's about it. Agoras. I don't like the Agoras. I've thrown them as well.
This could be the moment. Damon Heta looking at double 16 to book his place in the last 16. Peterson is poised if this doesn't go, but it does. Devin Peterson is out. Damon Heta marches into the last 16. So, we have a lineup, Gob. We will see Luke Woodhouse against Jermaine Watamina, Dave Chisnell against Joe Cullen, Willie O'Connor against Steve Lennon, Jean Van Veen against Alan Suter, Damon Heta against Martin Schindler, Roby John against Gerwin Price, Rob Cross against Danny Jansen, and Kim Hybrex taking on Mike De Decker. Right.
Interesting.
We are going to grab a quick ad break.
You feeling all right? You've remembered?
Yeah. And then we'll be back on the other side of this. Okay, get yourself a drink. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we are, Players Championship 29, the last two of 2022. We are down to the last 16 there, just waiting for these to get underway. So far, it's been very, very good. Who are you all going for to win from here then? Chat room, what are you saying? Who wins from here? Plenty of names left in. Who's your pick to win the Grand Slam? Look, the Grand Slam's always a tough one because you don't know the groups or anything like that. Right now, the top three are always in contention along with Michael Smith. And from what we've seen, Josh Rock is in that mix as well. But I just think the top three on TV are so classy at the moment, especially if you don't get them early. It's so important that if you're going to beat them, it has to be whilst it's a short format.
I'm back. Don't worry.
Guess you're back. Back again.
I went hunting for my dart collection. So these are what I throw at the minute.
Points too small.
They're not too small, they're perfect. What else do we have? These are the Jamie Cavens. But the scallop's not far enough back, because by the time you put your thumb right there, you're halfway down the dart. I won these. Mervyn Kings. What else do I have? Could not get on with these at all, and they're one of the weirdest darts I've ever had to try and repoint because they're just not made right. The Garys that he ripped off of Johnny Clayton.
Oh, when he put the ball nose on the end.
Yeah. I've got loads more downstairs as well. I've got... Do you recognise these?
Who are they?
They are Colin Lloyd Pures. They are 18 grams.
Are they his original target ones?
They're a set of the target ones, yeah. They are... That point doesn't come out. That doesn't change. They are machined all into one thing. That is all tungsten.
Yeah.
And then I have a set of... They're in the worst condition you've ever seen. And none of them actually show the fact that these are them. But they are the two rings.
Yeah.
Just the paint's come off of all of them at some point. And then I've got all sorts downstairs elsewhere. I've got a really long windmill dart. My brother's got some Peter Wright bomb darts. I've got some Scott Waite somewhere, but his old ones. When he had like the weird shape in the middle of them. Ward 1, Woodhouse. Ward 2. Chisnell Joe.
Let's see then what's going to happen to the table.
It's ridiculous, man. Ward 3, O'Connor's. Oh, I've just found the way to go back. Have I tried Whitlocks? Yes, I've tried the ones that Scott now uses, very, very similar to. And I've tried his new World Cup special editions. Can't get on with them.
I prefer his first scallop one to the World Cup one, personally.
Yeah. But even then, they're just weird. Ward 5? What we got? Nothing yet.
Good question from Ben here. He says, if Clayton struggles the next three tournaments, do you think he's at risk of missing out on the Premier League? We were talking about this the other day, and I think on last year's 8, as you call them, I think the top 4 in the world will all go in again, being Michael, Gezi and Peter. Right now, I think Wade and Anderson are out, and I think there are question marks next to Joe and Johnny. Would that be a fair assumption or fair way to put it?
Yeah. Especially if Luke Humphries keeps knocking on the door. You've got Danny Noppert as a major winner. Ross Smith as a major winner.
Did I say it to you? I can't remember if I said it to you or someone else, but the fact that Luke Humphries is world number 5, I think he's in.
He's what?
After the Worlds, he's provisionally world number 5.
Oh my.
Yeah. Let me just double check that. I'm sure last time I looked, tour card race, he was world number 5. Sorry, world number 6 now. But
level with Rob Croft right now.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's jumped, because Luke went out early today and Rob's gone in front of him. But prior to today, Luke was provisional world number 5. I think he's in.
Chisnell takes the lead over Joe Cullen, then 2-1 to him. Watermain has beaten Woodhouse as well. 2, 3, 4. Boys on board 5. So Conover's. No. Conover. Scuba Steve. Jim Van Veen's tuning up on suits. Rob Cross. The only man really carrying his form right now. 104 average for him, tuning up on Danny Jansen.
If he wins today, he's in the slam, isn't he? Because he's already provisionally there.
He's already provisionally there, and this would just mean that, yeah. I believe so. Does anyone play with a white coated dart? I don't think so.
No, I haven't seen anyone play with a white coat. Seen Jan Decker walk on with one.
Jesus, what a horrid look that was. So lakeside it hurt, didn't it?
The coat.
Everything wrong about that place can be summed up in that one jacket.
I'm with you, to be fair.
As a darts venue, it can be fantastic, right? After actually being there in person this year, the shape, the setup of it all, it is just made for darts.
Apart from that in 1980.
Yeah.
Look, if it had a makeover and brought it into the 20th century, I agree. But
yeah,
it is just stuck in a time warp.
Or they go the opposite way and they just embrace the rustic nature of it. Because I genuinely think now, like, it's at that point, if you go too modern with it, it just becomes another venue. You've got to keep some of the history they've got there. But in terms of food, drink, accommodation, and being able to use a card machine.
I was going to say, internet would be helpful.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for too much.
No, not at all. One, two, 6 on the ball for Roby John, and we're level at 2 apiece. Cross now 3-0 up on Janssen. Van Veen the same on Suits. It's an 81 in 3 for Luke Woodhouse. 12 dart leg. Gets back to 3-2. We're back on throw. Jean doesn't have a tour card. He does not. What? Why is that there? You silly.
To be fair, I just thought, I don't know why we're all saying about who wins the slam. It's at Aldersley. We all know who wins the slam.
Me. You're welcome to
It's
that.
the home of Gerwin Price.
Not sure I'll be bragging about that. If you're watching, Mr. Boyce. Another 12 dart leg for Dave Chisholm.
It's still mad the fact he's never not lifted the title there.
Are we any good at darts? Phil and myself. Phil used to be.
I used to be decent, but now I'm shite.
I'm all right. Surprised myself how well I threw the other week. The Wednesday night before, when I wasn't working in the evening. Steady.
Mind you, I was having a chuck.
Go on.
Go on.
Well, I played 3 sets of 7 with Pete, obviously, for a practice. He beat me 4-1, 4-2, 4-2. The worst set I had was a 72, 73. I went back-to-back at one point, and then we played pairs against 2 locals. 4-0. We averaged 98 between us.
Tidy.
Ridiculous.
I was having a chuck yesterday.
League last night. Oh, go on.
I was having a chuck yesterday with Neil. Who else was in there yesterday? A couple of them. I was having a chuck. Yeah, no, Jared was off yesterday. Alexander Merckx on the other board, and me and Neil were chucking on the other one. And I went 140, 180 in 2 throws. And he was like, but it was that way around. I threw 140 first, and then I went 180. And then it was like 26-41.
I went back-to-back against Pete the other night, and he made a bigger deal of it than I did. You know, he just like, right, just you throw it all right, just get your head down, get on with it. And he looked at the score and went, have you just gone back-to-back and made a really big deal out of it? I was like, why'd you do that? Now I'm overthinking it. Vodka Wednesday League last night. They didn't have enough players when they rocked up, so we went back to our place to have a throw playing pairs. Did some okay things. Fired in a 177. Thanks for coming. From 205 as well to leave 28, and then we missed 6 darts here and lost the match.
I remember this was going back. I was 16 or 17 at the time, and
that is going
I was playing
back.
Hampshire Youth. Yeah, I was playing Hampshire Youth at the time, and Surrey used to play their home games at Lakeside.
Yes.
and we rocked up. It was my turn to play. Obviously, Planet Lakeside then was a huge deal. And I threw my first 3 practice starts, fine. Take them out the board, and then when you turn round, it kind of hits you.
Yeah.
The next 3 practice starts were horrific.
Shocking. I love it. Dave Chisnell's your first man through. He beats Joe Cullen 6-2, averaging 103. Cannot say this anymore. I really like where Dave Chisnell's game is right now. Gian Van Veen is 141 points away from a 6-0 win over Alan Suter. He leaves a ton. Suits wants 164 to save that one. Gezzy's getting close as well. Willie O'Connor 5-2 up on Steve Lennon also. Rob Cross 5-1 up on Danny Janssen. Kim Hybrex trailing to Mike Dedecker right now. And David Hetta 2-1 up on Martin Schiller. That was one of the last ones to get underway. Hetta averaging 110 through 3 legs.
What you were saying about Chizzy, though, John, although I fully agree that he is playing some fabulous stuff right now. If he doesn't win something big in this period, surely then that plays on your mind more than ever, that you're playing arguably the darts of your life and still don't win. And I don't mean picking up a Pro Tour. I mean picking up a TV title, the form he's in.
Yeah. Wouldn't bet against him for the players. It is a long odd day on the Sunday, though. Is he a football fan? Is he a football fan?
I would imagine he will watch the football.
Yeah, don't back him on the Saturday then. Rodriguez gets one more back against Gerwin Price, now 5-3 behind. Rob Cross completes the job on Danny Janssen. That's a 6-1 win for Voltage. He'll play the winner of Hybrex and the Decker. Match starts incoming for Steve. Willie O'Connor, maybe not. Any standout products from the windmill launch? I like the mat. Be interesting to see how it sticks down, though, how it stays in place. It's not very often you get a lot of variety in surrounds either. I like the windmill taking that on board now.
Yeah, see, they were all loving the Miami surround.
Miami looks lovely, yeah.
It wasn't for me, though. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Cross into the Grand Slam with that win. Janssen was the last man that could overtake him. Thank you. Will Roby have been giving Gez any banter before their game? Potentially. Might backfire, though. He's one of the only players you don't really mouth off to any. Suits gets another back against Van Veen. Rodriguez wants 71 for 5-4. Doesn't go. It's missed it out of the ball. Because he wants 60 for the match.
Look, Michael Smith will be okay. You think out of all, it's 8 finals now, isn't it? Out of all those 8,
yeah,
the only one that I think he'll have regrets on is the UK Open. The other 7,
yeah,
the guys in the final have played outstanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The performance from Ross Smith was a little bit like, oh my God, here we go again. But Ross Smith was outstanding. You cannot deny him that at all. Literally every other final before that, it was Van Gerwen, Taylor, or Wright, wasn't it, his opponent? Maybe Gezzy as well. I can't remember 100% off the top of my head. The one that was the big chance was the UK Open against Danny Noppert, especially as Danny only averaged 88 to win that final. The World Championship against Peter Wright, the amount of people that came out and said, it's a big final, watch Michael Smith bottle this. Peter Wright won 9 of the last 10 legs in that match. averaging 113 in a World Championship final. That fact isn't spoken about anywhere near enough. From pretty much level in a World Final in which Michael Smith is averaging over 100 himself, Peter Wright produced a 10-leg run where he averaged 113.
And again, Eugene Van Veen is just win. That a lot of people remember Michael Smith's world number 4 without winning a TV title is ridiculous.
Yeah. He made a comment, was it last year? Was it around the match play time or something? He went, look, even if I don't win one at this point, I have made £1 million from playing darts.
No, the question was, I remember it was, would you rather end your career with between 5 and 10 million or a world title? And he was like, money, because my family is set.
Yeah. Does it clash with World Cup? The Players' Championship does, yes. The first day of Players' Championship action will be one session between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. And then the darts will finish and the World Cup will be on for England against Iran, I think it is, at 8 p.m.
I think it's Iran, yeah.
Yeah. Is Willie O'Connor at the Grand Slam qualifiers? Believe so. I've not actually checked the list, but the only high-profile name that isn't really there is Gary. Hector levels up with Schindler at 3 apiece, by the way. We've got results for O'Connor over Steve Lennon. Price beat Rodriguez, Cross winning in the end, Dave Chisnell, and Jermaine Motamena beating Luke Woodhouse 6-4 on the stream as well. Did Gary Anderson forget to enter the slam? Don't think he's interested.
No, I can confirm he did not forget. It was his choice not to enter. For whatever reason, I don't know, but it wasn't. But it wasn't a case of he didn't forget. It was a case of he didn't want to.
Correct. Decker beats Kim Heibrecht 6-4. So we will see Rob Cross versus Decker and Willie O'Connor against Ian Van Veen as your streaming boards. So they're keeping Watermain, Chisnell, and Hector versus Price off of the stream. Have a word.
Right. Game of the day's done, Gob. Just done that whilst we're talking to you.
Sam.
Multitasking. Right, sorry everyone. I was like chatting whilst not looking up. I was just doing some bits and bobs. Jara's in the chat room. How are you all doing? Jack says, afternoon, Phil. Looking forward to seeing your commentary tonight. Fingers crossed you won't see me. If you see me, it means there's a technical issue. But thank you, mate.
You're looking for
Do you think MVG can win the slam? Karen, I think MVG can win anything. Whether he does or not is another issue, but yeah, he certainly can win it. But also, God, whilst you were searching for your darts when we came back from the break, this came up, and I certainly think that right now, MVG is in that bracket where if you don't get him early, you might not get him at all. Whilst the format is still low, I think you have to get him then.
Yeah.
I think as soon as the format goes up to an extended one, it becomes difficult.
Don't disagree.
Ryan, so what's the last 32, I think, Daniel? So, Streamboard 1, Rob Cross, Mike the Decker, William O'Connor against Jean Van Veen.
Oh, Jarliff.
Look, everyone knows I think MVG will win the Worlds. I genuinely think he wins it this year, just gone if he doesn't get COVID.
Oh, no.
I genuinely do.
Mate, he'd be world number 612 and you think he'd win it.
Yeah. Look, the final that I'd love to see, but they need to be kept apart, and that depends on Price and Wright. But I'd love to see MVG and Price go at it in the final. Not a fanboy then, though. I spent a lot of time with Michael, and I've just seen him do things on a dartboard that I've never seen anyone else do. And I genuinely, when he's at his A game, no one can touch him. I genuinely believe that because I've seen just ridiculous things.
Yeah, but I can do that with an A game. I've seen you hit treble once.
What, treble one?
Yeah, I never said which one.
Richard says, hi guys, do you think Ryan Searle will win a TV title this year? Not at the moment, I don't. I'd have been optimistic at the start of the year, the way he finished last year. But I just think that there's too many inconsistencies in his game right now. When he's on, he's still fabulous.
Schindler beats Damon Hessler.
Yeah. Yeah, Jamie. When you speak to Michael, that he's not one that has any regrets. But we asked him if he could change one moment in his career, what would it have been? And there were plenty of options that we spoke about openly, Cobb, didn't we? Like, would it be this one, this one, this one? He says it was the 3 darts at double 16. Was it go 3 sets clear of Taylor again in that 2013 final? There was a big MVG missed 3 darts at double 16 at a key time, and that was the one he said. Yeah, go 5-2 up. I don't know if I'm excited. I'll watch it. I'd prefer it if it was. Obviously, it's called the European Super League now. I'd be more excited if it was a European Super League and we saw a bit more diversity in it. Yeah, I think Neil will get through tonight, mate. Good question, Reese. And a lot of people's he probably will, but I would say no.
In terms of what he's won, then certainly, I think at that point. Not certainly, but there's definitely the conversation to be had. I think
agree,
there is still
100%.
just that. There's still that aura around Gary.
But like you say, look, I agree that there will be a question. If you're going off of what people have won solely, then you'd have Barney above MVG.
No. They don't count.
No, I'm with you.
They don't count.
All right, you'd have
They
Eric
aren't a
above
significant.
MVG.
Yeah, I do have Eric above MVG. Not Eric.
Not a chance.
I have Eric above Barney.
If you were going off just what they've won, you'd have Eric above MVG.
Would you?
5 legitimate world titles. I wouldn't, but a lot of people would. If you're going purely off that,
I think. I don't know.
It's always going to be.
Michael's World Championship record isn't as good as it could and should be, given its dominance of the sport in literally every single other event recently. In terms of active PDC majors, he has won everything at least 3 times.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
At least 3. That's a baseline. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, ridiculous.
Most things are considerably more than 3 as well. The only one he hasn't won more than that is the Champions League, and that only ran for 3 years, and it doesn't exist.
Yeah. There's just, I think when you're talking about lists and whatever, and look, I'm not saying I'm right or anyone else is wrong, but it's not just about winning; it's the manner and the style that you do it in as well, in terms of performances. Like a DC, no, I'm with you. He's not, but we're talking about purely if you did it on what they've won, then 5 world titles, 10 finals, and the world master and 5 masters would be right up there.
I don't think recovering from itis is spoken about enough from Eric as well, by the way.
I don't think he ever recovered. I think he learned to play with it and found a way to adapt with it.
Which is even more ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. I genuinely don't think he ever recovered from it. I think he found a way to play with it. I remember when Eric lost to Phil at the Circus Tavern in the semi-final. The fact that Eric got to that semi-final was out of nowhere. Like, literally from nowhere. And I was 15 maybe at the time, 15, 16. And the atmosphere in there was like nothing I've ever heard. And Phil left tops to win it. And Eric took out 1-4-1 from nowhere. And I genuinely thought the roof was going to come off the place. And the way they did Eric's walk-on with the Big Ben chimes into Crazy, Crazy Nights was just spine-tingling. quarterfinals are all warming up. We've got pictures on the stream game incoming. And they've removed the tag.
Yeah, I think we'll show the prize game as the feature, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. It's not on the
stream.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Woody O'Connor against Jean Van Veen. We have pictures now. I don't know. I don't think so. I just think they just bring the best out of each other now, Reese. Will MVG beat Bigton's World Record Championship appearance record? I don't think he'll play long enough.
Yeah, it'll be long. Go on.
Yeah. Lendl, any news on the spot? #96. Your guess is as good as mine. We asked Matt Porter about it at the interview in Leicester, and he was like, "Do you know where it's going?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Do you want to tell us?" He's like, "Nope." So they've obviously know where they've known for a while as well. My guess is, Gob, it goes to the PDPA qualifier.
Makes sense from here, but
yeah,
expect the unexpected. Could they give an extra spot to the German Super League?
Possibly.
The highest ranked Max Hop?
Or the highest ranked Dev?
Yeah. Super Series reigning Champions Week winner? Conan Whitehead? The reigning Seniors World Champion, Robert Thornton?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see Raymond Smith back and Ben Robb as well.
Thunderbirds are go.
Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like as well. 68 likes. Can you get us to 100 before the end of the show?
But Ozzy's getting a call up because he could score 300 with brass darts.
You know, son, you know. Yeah, but the only problem is, Dobie's nicked the walk-on.
He has. Which I'm a little bit gutted about, but I also completely understand why.
Oh, 100%. It makes sense for a Geordie to walk out to PJ and Duncan. Completely.
Well, and the fact that you can't really walk out to what he was walking out to at the minute. So
can you not say it's All of the Lights by Rihanna?
No. No. Yeah, let's just say we won't be using that to advertise the live lounge on a Monday anymore.
I'm going to do a karaoke version of it then.
No. I did find a remix of it recently on SoundCloud. I wonder if we could rip it off. I'm sure I sent it you. Did I ping you a link of it? Are we going
Yeah,
for
I
it?
think he did. Yeah, I think he did.
I think we just rip the audio from it, play it, and if we get done for copyright, then we don't play it anymore. That's the way that I'm going with it. No.
If it ends up going to the PDA qualifier, then why am I have no idea.
Why is the only link I can find from you some JLS and Alexandra Burke remix? Christ.
Oh, you continue because you've never heard it, had you?
No, not that version.
Yeah.
And honestly, don't think my life is any better off having heard it.
You're mistaken.
You're mistaken.
You're wrong. Jean Van Veen is smashing his way into a semi-final here, 3-0 up on William O'Connor, averaging nearly 105.
Why is that there? No. You keep talking. I'm going to find this song.
Look, all to play for Scotty Dog tomorrow. He's going to have to go deep, very deep, and he's still got the world qualifier if needed. If he gets to the Worlds, it'll be close, but work to do.
I've got the better action. Sorry, me all day.
Mine's smoother than Gob's, but smooth isn't always good.
All day, me. Bash you up.
Yeah, but you play with silly darts with small points. I had a lovely set of points in those Peter Wrights, and you took them out.
Yeah, you can have the points back.
Too bad. They were a little bit too big. I didn't put them in. I asked someone that lives on the South Coast to put me in some bigger points.
Charles just gone. Phil enjoys the dark arts. He does. We had a throw on the Super Series stage the other week. There was me, Tiz, and Barbie. And Phil stood behind me just rattling darts constantly. And at one point, I hit a 140 and I stepped back and I just screamed in his face.
I forgot that.
He's rattling the dart and like, Tiz noticed it before I noticed it. Like, I was oblivious to it. I just didn't care. Barbie's just like trying to see what he could get at me. Absolutely nothing. 140. And I didn't even collect my darts. I just stepped back and went, Tiz jumped out of his skin.
I was flicking the flights, rattling, tapping.
Nothing. I was just banging a big one.
And this Martin Schindler prize game's been taking its time. Worst place to go on the darting calendar. Oh,
Wigan.
In terms of TV events, look, Exeter's not great. I'm not going to lie. Yes, it's got character, but it's literally a building in the middle of a farm.
Exeter's unreal. Don't you dare.
I'm not a fan of Minehead.
Well, send me instead. Why are you going? Why do you get to go?
Because I live closer.
Yeah, but you live closer to Portsmouth as well. You go there and I'll go to Minehead. And then we only have to pay for one hotel because you could just go home. What's going on here? Send me to Minehead. I'm going on the Friday night. I'm going to be working very, very hard and professional.
In Aldersley doesn't work as a venue. Not a fan. Hopefully the Civic is ready next year. I know we keep saying it, but hopefully it is. Don't like the O2.
Can't take kids to Minehead.
No, it's an adult weekend, isn't it?
Well, I took Jar, so you never know. Price goes 1-0 up, taking out 160.
I'm going to put some lights on there. It's a bit dark. Jamie, my favourite double is double 4. Oh, boys, he's in. How are we doing? Jean Van Veen is absolutely bulldozing his way to a semi-final here.
So is Dave Chisnell, who is there. 6-1 win over Jermaine Mortimer. That didn't take long.
Average 115, that's why.
Woohoo! Tasty. That's 13 darts, average. 13.
Just throwing it out there, Jar. Minehead doesn't lace the Reeboks boots.
Phil, stop talking.
Yeah.
No matter what they tell us. I just see the photo on Twitter of
That's a bit
Murph,
classic
Nico,
boys
and
home
Mace
there.
together. I just see the picture of Murph, Nico, and Mace before play started today at the bottom of a staircase, and it looks like a dodgy boy band photo shoot.
Oh, just laughing at Jar. The second word's off. Insert the first word of your choice.
You learned that from me. Oh, I used to holiday at Pontins as a kid. It still gives me nightmares.
Were you taken to the special room?
No. Less of that. Jesus. No, we went every year, same place. Look, we used to get on with the staff there. Like we used to go for 2 weeks every year, whatever. Like we knew all the staff, we knew all the entertainment team, we knew whatever. Like it used to be, you had to put your key in as a deposit for a snooker table, and it was £1 an hour for the light.
Yeah.
So we used to take our snooker cues down, and I used to go and spend all day on it. We'd get an extra key that you put a £5 or £10 deposit at reception, so that people could still get in and out the chalet. And because we knew the staff that well, instead of £1 an hour, I'd literally pay £1 at the start of the day, and they just leave me on it.
Fair enough.
My idea of holiday was 5 to 6 hours of snooker every day. It was brilliant.
Decent stuff, Glenn. Like that.
Who? Don't take Glenn. Who are you?
I'm guessing it'll be Ladbrokes on stage, Glenn. Jean Van Veen is in the semi-finals.
What a boy. Oh, he pinged the bullseye to do so as well. Ah, so earlier on when I go, oh yeah, my friend who works for a bookies is quoting a price of 12 to 1 fifth favourite. It's your price. Excellent work, me. Why can't I preview that? Is that now square? Is that what that is? Oh no, it's changed. That's that one. Sound. Wow, that is from the Worlds as well. No, it's not. That's from Minehead. I think. Yeah, it's from Minehead. I might need a Boyles one too. No, Jar. They're not stopping. They've just cancelled the next batch. Price in a hurry. Yeah, he's 3-0 up and wants double 10. 4-4-0. He's averaging 107. That will drop. Borderline by Madonna. I don't even know that. 104 average for price. 4-0 up. Yeah, all right, Jar. We've all been there. Tube Strike still going ahead next Thursday. They don't say that. I've got to get across London. I'll go Friday morning. But,
Or just don't go into London.
I ain't got a choice.
Notts to Birmingham.
Yeah.
Birmingham goes to Basingstoke because it's on that cross-country line, isn't it?
Don't know. What, and then back out to Reading? Not faffing
Yeah.
around. They'll add an extra hour
So you
and
don't-
an extra 40 quid. Somehow going into London is cheaper.
Yeah, if you can't get across London because there's no tubes.
I'm going Friday anyway. Friday morning. Don't start till late Friday afternoon, does it? Although... I'm going to have to listen to Borderline now.
Did you guys queue to see the Queen? I didn't because I was en route to Amsterdam for the World Series finals.
6-0. Gerwin Price finishes with 106 average to beat Martin Schindler, as there is one game remaining. That is between Mike DeDecker and Rob Cross, currently 4 apiece. Rob Cross has had a pretty solid day today, especially considering that Mr. Lee Boys dropped in this morning to tell us Rob Cross was going to win today. However, he's just dropped back in about 5 minutes ago and bragged about the fact he's still in. So anything can happen now. If you're Boise and you're getting away with one, what you 100% don't do is double down on that claim just before things go very, very wrong for him. Mr. Decker takes out a ton for 5-4.
You okay, boys?
As Cross missed the bullseye on the wire for a 1-2-6. Boise, what have you done to the man? Big 180 from DeDecker. Are we about to have the same situation play out in the semi-finals? The old steady heads of Chisnell and Gerwin Price taking on 2 relative youngsters, Jean Van Veen and Mike DeDecker. DeDecker wants 100 once again if he gets starts at it, because Cross wants to fish. Just 96. And it's a ton once again. He hit it in the last leg. He went treble 20, inside on double 20, hit double 10. This time he leaves double 10. Chance for Cross to stay alive. Cross wants 74. Will he go 18s, 10s here, or will he go 14s, 16s? He's left 8, whatever he's done. And DeDecker takes out 20 in 1 for a 6-4 lead. 6-4 win lead. 6-4 win, and is into today's semi-final.
Has anyone seen Boise?
I have not. Well, now will be an excellent time for a cheeky little ad break of ours, Philip. Then we'll come back, do some questions. Going to have a 5-minute wait. And then we'll do the same again before the final.
Yes, why not? Let's have a little break. And then we'll be back on the other side of this. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are, Pro Tour Live, Players Championship 29, and we are down to the semi-final. It's been some days so far. It's been really, really good standard.
We're seeing this a bit more and more now, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree.
How's the tour card race looking now after the afternoon? Good question. Tour card race, who we got? Scott Williams still sits on the cusp at 64. He's got £2,750 lead over Neil Zonneveld, £3 grand over Jim Williams. Scott Mitchell still outside. Will Ball and Jeff Smith still in a bit of trouble. Gert Nenchez, Jason Lowe not attending. Outside of that, Sedlacek, Adam Hunt, Glenn Dorrant, Jason Heaver, Danny Jansen's on a 1 year. How are we looking for the Players' Championship Finals race? That's probably the more important one right now. I know that we are looking at World Champs race and Tour Card race as well, but the fact that players can still reach both, especially with qualifiers and Grand Slam, etc. Nathan Rafferty is the last man into the Players' Championship Finals at the minute. He's got a £1,000 advantage over Mario van den Bogarde and Andy Bolton. Florian Hempel, after the 2021 that he had, is £1,500 outside of the top 64 on the Pro Tour Order of Merit. That is why Ricardo Petrexco is here, Phil. He's currently 61st in the Players' Championship race.
Yeah.
So he will be defending that for his life tomorrow. Luke Woodhouse, after a good run today, still 2,500 outside of those spots. John Henderson sits £2 grand behind as well. Joe Mernon, Jeff Smith, George Killington, Ian White not going to make the Players' Championship Finals. That would have been unheard of 18 months ago. Darius Labanauskas is 79th.
It's not had a good time this year at all.
Scott Waite's 80th. Scott Waite is only £250 better off than Richie Burnett.
Oh, 2 seconds, mate. I'm just going to put you on mute a second while I'm going to mute my mic.
Charming. I don't want to speak to you either, Phil. When Waits won the Slam, was he offered a Premier League spot, you think? I'm not sure he was offered a Premier League spot. I think he was offered a tour card. I think he turned it down. At the time, he was joiner, carpenter, along those lines, and was making a steady living from doing that, as well as darts being a hobby on the side. The story I've always been told around Scott Waits is when he did win the Slam and was offered tour cards, and there were plenty of people circling around to manage Scott and whatever else, the conversation went along the lines of, can you guarantee me X amount of money per year, which is what he was making through his salary or through his job, working with Wood, I believe that's what he did. And all the people were like, no, that's not how it works. He's like, well, then I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I do think he stayed in the BDO too long, yeah. His move was almost out of a necessity. Him and Scott Mitchell tried to make the move at the same time, didn't they?
Yeah.
In terms of impact Scott Waits could have had on a PDC game, he was a few years too late.
Yeah, look, it would have been nice to see him come over after he won the slam, but
Did he win it twice?
no, he got to the final.
First time going to the World Championship this year. Any tips? Yeah, go to Blackpool instead.
Get there early.
Get there early, take it in, enjoy the players' fans village. The toilets are grim, especially when people start smashing the roof in and whatever else. Have a good time. Don't boo or whistle when somebody's throwing. That's just general fan behaviour. Depends how you're travelling, getting there, but I'd recommend there's a tube stop not too far away and then getting a bus up the hill. I can't remember what the tube stop is now. Something Green, maybe?
Wood Green.
Wood Green, that's the one. I've never got the train, so I wouldn't be able to say how to do that one. I stayed in Camden. It doesn't matter where you stay in London, you can get to Ali Pali pretty easily. Are you going with players again, or are you looking at different this year?
I haven't booked anything. I want to get a flat or something again, like I am for Wolverhampton.
Yeah.
Just so you can live kind of normal.
Yeah. Two days, looking forward to it. Have a good one then, mate. Make sure you eat as well. Eat before you get there. And you can pre-register for the cards, can't you? So they don't take cash or card at any of the bars. You have to buy. There's like another stall in the middle of the players' lounge in the fans' village, and basically you get one of their top-up cards, and you put a certain amount on there each time. Just don't lose that, and remember to claim back whatever you've got left at the end.
Yeah.
We won't read that one out then, Laura. Mate, I'm Uncle Gob. I'm 27. I'm going to be an uncle next year, though, which is a bit mad. Just solid advice. Eat before you get there. The food options aren't great. Then you'd be paying £8 for half a pizza or whatever it is.
Yeah, the best food kiosk stall they had in there, they no longer had last year. Oh, right. We have pictures on a semi-final. The Decker and Price obviously want to get on with it.
Decker wins the ball. Who cares? Oh, God, I'll follow them soon.
Who are you unfollowing?
The same radio station we had a conversation about earlier. Why are they talking about celebrations, removing bounties? I don't care. It's a fantastic move from Celebration because they're horrible chocolates. Hello, Mark Dedecker going 1-0 up. We've got 116 checkout. Now then. Quick reminder, by the way, at this point, we are going to talk about the games as they show on Dark Connect, not on the live stream, which is obviously a little bit delayed. So hit pause on us for about 20 seconds and make sure the scores on screen match up with what you're watching on a streaming board if you have multiple devices open, so that we're not spoiling anything for you. It's short for Gobby. When I was 10, we had 3 people all named Jack in the same football team. And we were getting a bit confused, so everybody gave us nicknames, and I was just a little bit loud. So that was me.
Not a bad response from Price.
We've got 6 in it as well. Big slip. Run away in the other game as well. Oh, cheers. What are you doing to me, man? 3 tons. We're on for a 5-ton leg. What a boy. We all know they're better than a 9 data.
Interesting as well, Gob. Jose de Souza is now outside the top 16 on the Pro Tour Order of Merit.
No Euro Tours. No way, Jose.
Dimitri is only 15th.
Trouble.
And we've seen recently, since COVID, that when there was no Euro Tour and when we came back, players that were always in Euro Tours that were no longer there are now plummeting like a stone. Cheers, Andrew. I did all right. My philosophy was as many darts in the board in a minute as I could get them there. big moments there, God. Mike the Decker has missed a golden opportunity to get in front. And it's a break of throw. You don't really want to be chasing Gezi, do you?
No. Not the best of time, but definitely not the semi-final. A man averaging 104.
Yeah. Oh, Jamie, absolutely. I love a treble 12. I've got one of those actions where I angle my darts slightly, and if it doesn't come out of my hand right, I do pull them a lot.
One goes left.
And when you're rushing, you're not really thinking about your release point. You're just trying to get them to the board. It's a fabulous leg from Price. 13 dart leg, and he leads 3-1. There's something about this time of year, isn't it, God, that the Iceman comes alive. How many times?
Everyone comes alive at this point. Gary's come alive a bit. You've got Michael looking in better form. Peter Wright's worked his way back up since not Gibraltar, the one before that, Belgium.
Have you watched that famous Grand Slam final back from 2018?
No, not recently. Don't you dare say it. Don't you dare say it.
I don't think it's as bad as what everyone was making out.
Yeah, there it is.
I didn't see anything wrong with it.
I thought he was worse against Whitlock.
Yeah, let's. The fine wasn't just for that one incident with Gary, by the way. People need to remember that. That fine was a culmination of 2 matches and social media usage around it as well.
My issue with the whole thing is that Gary didn't even get fined.
For the push.
You can't put your hands on someone on the hockey. Whether you like what they're doing or not, he put his hands on someone. And if you're going to throw the book at one, you can't let the other one off scot-free. You can't.
Potentially not.
And the incident in question is Gary was in the encroachment zone early. I know it's one of your pet hates, and you moan at players for doing it.
Yeah, I'll call him out for that. Get out, you dickhead.
But that's what I mean. But because he's in there early, that chain of events goes on. Oh,
as a player,
Rose,
I'm also very quick to the hockey as well, so I shouldn't really call it out. It's one of those things where you're quite hypocritical when you do play, but bugger off. The amount of times I've nearly put a dart in somebody's hand because they've had to struggle to get their 3rd dart out the board and I'm already throwing is ridiculous. GM been playing great stuff recently. I'm sure you guys would love to see him win this. as two people that have been involved with the Super Series, Phil, it would certainly be a nice little endorsement.
Oh, don't worry, it'll be getting endorsed.
Moving swiftly on.
Do you remember when last year when people were winning cards in Q School, I was given running updates and tallies?
Yeah. Chisnell gets one back, 3-2. This 92 for Dedeker has to go, really. Gezzy's already missed 3-4 darts. This is the bullseye for 95. For 92.
God, do you recognise this sound?
You flicking your flights. Stop it. For a dart your head. Put a curse upon you.
James, I disagree, mate. Gazzy's genuinely one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Forget the stage persona. He's genuinely a nice guy.
Yeah, but how many people in the sport or fans of sport only see the stage persona?
But as he says, he doesn't care. That's his job.
Yeah, but then don't. I'm all for it and whatever else, but you can't then cry wolf when it doesn't go your way or you get booed.
Booing's not an issue. It's the whistling that does his head in. And I get that.
Yeah. No, look, I've always called that out as well. Individual whistles, shouts, whatever, that are deliberately there to make a player miss are wrong. A wall of noise or booing at the start, you want to play the bad boy when it suits, that's on you. And that's the same to any player. That's not a dig at Gezzy. Paul Nicholson was the same for a long time. Mervyn King's played up to it before. MVG to an extent at sometimes.
Yeah, Jamie, it has been on Darts Gold, yeah.
I don't know why I'm surprised at this, because he's from the Netherlands, but Gian van Veen is quite tall.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He's also been pegged back to 4-3. Decker back to 5-3 behind Gerwin Price, and with the darts here for 5-4.
Just feel big moments here. If Jean Van Veen can just re-establish that 2-leg lead, Chizzy's got his work cut out.
Mm-hmm. Plays it at 180 in the leg, but Van Veen got a significant lead still. De Decker, an 11-dart leg, back to 5-4. Are we on for a Van Veen De Decker final?
Who called that one at the start of the day? Own up.
No one.
If you did, you need psychiatric assessment.
I'll be honest, I'm not even sure the two players themselves would have called that at the start of the day. Van Veen takes a 5-3 lead. Chisnell responds with a max. Gezi, after 2 trebleless visits, finds a max of his own, but it should still be advantage to Decker unless he makes a hash of this visit. No hash made. $137 to leave 70. Chance for De Decker to level up then.
And this is a break. This puts De Decker favourite if this goes.
It means he has
I'd
more
say
legs where he starts with the darts. I'm not sure if he goes favourite against Price.
I'd
No
say
matter how
he's
well
missed
he's
the dart
playing.
of the ball. Oh, bit. I'd say De Decker to leave 38. He's missed the dart of the ball, or he's
Find out in a
miscounted.
second.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll have a look.
Single 19. Single 12. Yeah, another 12 miles away from the ball. Trouble now is Getty opens up 180 against the darts as well. Van Veen finds another max. Might be too late though. Chizzy wants 72 for 5-4. This doesn't go. Van Veen's got 3 in hand at 56, which he has got for a 6-3 lead, and he'd be throwing for the match.
Yeah, De Decker missed the dart of the ball.
And it goes in 2. Van Veen is 1 away from a Pro Tour final. He's averaging 100 against Dave Chisnell right now. Is this the biggest leg in the young man's darting career so far?
Yes. 100%.
A reminder that he does not have a tour card and is not developed yet.
I was wondering when we were going to get the not developed part in.
See, it's not just Josh Rock. They can all get it. As Gerwin Price wraps up a 7-4 victory over Mike De Decker, the Iceman beating the real deal to secure yet another Pro Tour final. I'm not even going to try and attempt to how many Pro Tour finals Gerwin Price has made in his career. The answer is lots.
Yeah.
And even if you lived in Norwich, you wouldn't have enough digits to be able to count it. Too much? Anyone from East Anglia in?
Chizzy's in a world of trouble here. And it could all be over in 3 darts time.
Welcome to the big time, Gian Van Veen.
That was a little bit good.
Sweet. We have our final, Gian Van Veen against Gerwin Price.
That was a little bit good. Little bit good. Let's watch it on the stream. Here we go.
I saw the come on.
That first dart was perfect for him to just stack one on top.
Especially the way he throws. Not sure I'll ever be a
That's what
fan
I
of
mean,
it,
yeah.
but it works.
Yeah, it was just perfect. Just to plonk one. Yeah, but Sam, he's not developed.
Some
Too
records,
soon?
to be fair.
Oh.
Can't be many that have done
Yeah.
that.
There
Can't be any that have done that, surely.
Right, no one springs to mind.
Not in this era.
No, I can't think.
What?
What are you watching about?
Someone on social media, on my Twitter timeline who I follow, had £10 each way on Van Veen at 250 to 1 for today.
I bet it won't be that tomorrow.
He was 500 to 1 at the last weekend when he reached the quarterfinal. Crikey.
Not bad.
He will represent the not developed World Cup team. GM won one Challenge Tour final and lost one, and won one Development Tour final and lost one this year. So he's going to make the final tomorrow then as well. So this
Okay, to keep that record up, he's got to go back to the finals. So we've got about 5 minutes or so. Any questions? Get them in. What would you like us to answer? We will try.
Lost to Rafferty, beat Rock, lost to Truco, beat Pallet. It's not bad, to be fair.
Oh, he's done all right. He's done all right. Has Jean Van Veen. How many? There's 8 spots available for the Grand Slam qualifier. 8 spots.
Don't like that.
I think it's too many.
For a tournament that is supposed to be about winning things to get in, the fact you might only need to win 3 matches on a one-off day.
I would actually like myself that you make it. The Grand Slam was always unique because of the cross code. That's not going to happen anymore, which we get. But instead, to make it different from just another event, I would like to see maybe the associated tours used more. Although this year we've got the Asian champion and the North American champion in, which I like. Instead of just the champion, maybe use the order of merits from the other tours once the Asian tour's back up and running as well. Oh,
They're Vectras, aren't they?
100%.
Where is Van Veen ranked in the order of merit? On the pro order of merit? Miles off, because he's not a tour card holder. 99th. A win here would put him to 94th. Would a win here get him in the PCF?
So I was just looking.
A win here would put him 54th, above Neil Zonneveld. At the minute, he's £1,250 behind Nathan Rafferty for reaching the final. A win here would put him in the Players' Championship finals. This is a Players' Championship. Ooh! Now we've got something to play for. That just made this final a little bit more interesting.
Yeah. To be fair, even if he doesn't win it, it makes him a huge day for tomorrow as well for him.
Mm-hmm. You'd much rather be safe overnight, though, wouldn't you?
Oh, of course, 100%.
At the risk of Michael Owen the hell out of that as a pundit.
Yeah, Cross is defo in the Grand Slam.
Any players not playing the Players' Championship tomorrow? We can have a guess at one.
I'll be surprised if Gary's there.
I'm not sure why anyone else would pull out at this point.
No.
Even those that don't need the qualifier on Sunday. I don't get why you travel just for one day.
Yeah, I'm with you. The only one, barring if you're ill or something like that, maybe. But
Yeah.
just to pull out, the only one I can potentially see is Gary.
Gary. We've seen
Gary.
it from the likes of Gezi and Cullen before, but I'm just not sure you see it now. If Xian does win a tour card, will his ranking on the match play in Grand Prix remain, or will he have to start from scratch? Didn't make either of them events, did he?
No, but obviously, the race for the match play has already started, isn't it?
Yeah, so if he wins a tour card by reaching the top 64, whatever he's earned this year will stay on his ranking.
If he wins it at Q School, it starts from 0.
That's from 0, yeah. Bugger off. The FA are appealing against the fine that Jurgen Klopp got.
Who are? Liverpool.
The FA.
What, they want it higher?
Yeah, it was dished out by an independent, so the £30,000 fine that he got, they want more for a red card offence.
I get the fine. I think he was lucky to avoid a touchline ban.
Probably what they want from him, but
we've seen managers get a one-game ban for a lot less.
yeah. But I'm going to go back to it. He was 100% right. It was a foul. If Scott wins a tour card through the top 64, then you keep whatever you've accumulated this year. If you win a card through Q School, you keep nothing. The same with if you get... So if Scott... I'm right in saying that if Scott wins his card through being in the top 64, he keeps his prize money. He keeps his ranking money right now.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then he starts again from nothing next year as the Challenge Tour card holder.
Correct.
But he would get 2 years as the top of the Challenge Tour rather than 1 more year to stay in position. But if you reach the 64 in your first year, the chance of you dropping out the next year are very, very slim because you're still accumulating prize money that year.
Exactly, because you're also not defending anything. So it's pretty much the same.
Yeah. Yeah, so if Scott wins it by the top 64, he'd get 1 more year where he was guaranteed to be safe no matter what happened. But like we just said, he'd be accumulating that and not defending anything. If he doesn't stay in the top 64 to keep his tour card, but then gets it through being the top of the Challenge Tour, he'd have to start again. Finals underway. Price wins Jian wins the ball and opens up with just 41. Price responds with 100. Jian, 100. I'm just warming up for tomorrow, that's all.
Oh, you're on ref duty tomorrow, aren't you?
I am. Merseyside are in town. They make some noise. Do you think for the Germans having the Grand Slam qualifiers and the first round of the European Super League on Monday, a bit too much travelling should be changed? No, because it's a backdoor entry elsewhere. So I don't agree with backdoor entries anyway. The fact there is a German Super League and there's a demand for it, and it's going to be shown over and there's some very talented dart players in there, is not an issue for me. But the fact the winner of that gets a backdoor entry into the Worlds, I think you make your bed and you lie in it at that point. You make a decision on if you want to play in the Grand Slam and go to the qualifier, or if you want to sneak into the Worlds through the Super League.
Yeah.
Yes, Charlie, and I refuse to do it. If you're not there when it happens, then you ain't getting it. Van Veen takes the opener. No, the Grand Slam qualifiers are in the UK. They're on Sunday. So there's 2 days of Pro Tour action, today and tomorrow. The Grand Slam qualifiers are on Sunday, and then the German Super League starts in Germany on Monday. Like to the DPN. DPN said that the Grand Slam was top rank qualifier. Yeah, we said that. We think the Slam should be a culmination of associate tour member winners.
Yeah.
But then they also do get spots at the World Championships, and I'm a bit like, how many more spots are we going to give up?
I just think it's part of what it is now.
I get that, but then you're getting double the reward elsewhere and potentially a tour card. You get an entry into 2 of the biggest TV tournaments and a tour card for a lot of these tours anyway, or for more and more as we go on. That's a lot. Especially when the Slam represents a chance for tour card holders to save cards. Again, you don't ask a singer or dancer to do a dance or sing a song when you meet them. No, but you do ask a comedian to tell a joke every time.
We've got Love from Toronto. Welcome aboard.
How are we doing on thumbs up, Phil? Are we at the 100 mark?
No, 85. 15 more to go.
So probably like it myself. I'll help you all out to get us there. In other news, the new YouTube interface is disgusting.
What, on laptop or?
Mobile.
I haven't looked yet.
But it has changed a bit on laptop as well, I think. 2-1, Jian, 14 dart leg. From Northern Ireland as well. With no WDF entry, then the Grand Slam needs a variety. I appreciate it needs variety, but at that point, having a tour card and being ranked somewhere between 48 and 128 is becoming less and less valuable right now when you're giving up spots to the biggest events through associate tours, to the Grand Slam as well, and whatever other back entry we've got. I appreciate what you're saying about the Slam, but I don't like the Slam. So I'd rather scrap the Slam than I would scrap the entries for them. No chance. We've just had back-to-back as well.
Yeah, Josh Rock is in the Grand Slam.
Can't call anything at the minute, to be honest. We've had noise complaints from neighbours.
What, at your place?
Yeah. So we've had a few via our letting agent or person that manages the property manager on behalf of our landlord. Basically, the previous two sets of tenants here they had issues with.
Yeah.
And they basically saw two sub 30-year-old males move in and have made it their mission to try and get us to leave again already. So it's constant complaints and whatever else. So it was just going through the letting agent a few times, but I think there may have been a threat to say, look, stop this crap now or we'll sue you. So last week when I was in Reading, there was a knock at the door from the county council who have issued us with a warning at the minute. Whichever neighbour made the complaint now gets 2 weeks with a piece of paper where they can basically record every single noise complaint they have, including times and when it happens. We can dispute any of them, and then if it still persists in 6 months, they get a listening device to go next to our house to monitor the noise coming from us.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Especially when one side's got a rowing machine and I can hear it through the wall. It's mad. The other side ain't much better. So I'm just, you know, when you're just fed up of it, like, nah, I've got no time for this whatsoever. So when I got home on Wednesday, I had a nap when I got back from Oxford, and my mate come to pick us up for darts. So my brother was telling him about it, and I finally got ready for darts, went downstairs, and at the top of my voice shouted the worst swear words you can possibly imagine, and thought, I wonder if that gets written down just as a marker. Deliberately made a noise. And remembered the time and the date of what I did and how loud it was to see if it gets noted. Because I'll accept that one.
That's just...
Yeah, best average of the day was 115. I think it was from Gezi, wasn't it?
Yeah,
no,
potentially.
115.57. Yeah, no comment about that, Lendl. There isn't one.
Just get the feeling that this may be one game too far for young Jean Van Veen here. He's still putting on a hell of a fight and performance, but Gezi just seems keeping him there.
Hang on. He's averaging 100 in his first Pro Tour final.
Yeah, but that's the difference between...
It's just missed ball for a 164 to level up again. He's a break behind against the world #1 again and former world champion. And he's potentially about to get that back. Don't be giving it too far right now. If he starts slipping behind 6-3 or something, then yeah, I'll give you that, but not now. The ebbs and flow of a sporting match. If this doesn't go now, I look like a right dickhead.
Timing.
Gian, what are you doing to me, man? They weren't badly thrown darts either, were they? The second one in particular at the double eight. When am I appearing on Nightmare Nate? I've never even heard of that. That sounds like Car Crash Channel 5 TV somewhere. No thanks. What do we think about Kilkenny? Isn't it Killarney? Not Kilkenny.
Killarney, yeah. I thought it was Killarney, but...
Yeah. I don't know an awful lot about the tournament, to be honest. I hope there's no redraws. But that's about as much as I'm saying on that one. Has a 9-darter happened in this tournament yet? I don't think we've had one today. Somebody somewhere would have spotted it.
I haven't seen a 9.
It's on Channel 5. See, you could just... British Car Crash TV. Oh, that hurts. 1-5 from Gezi. It's another break.
That stings.
Gian set it up perfectly there. 57-18 for tops. In 3. In 1. It's toaster oven. There's a new commentator on the streams today.
Yeah, I saw it on Twitter because I didn't know the guy, but Murph retweeted it.
Yeah, Dan McCarthy. If any of you listen, let us know how he got on. Obviously, we don't listen to the stream. We just have them playing so we can catch up with whatever we see on Dark Connect. So. With or without a plug? Where were we in that conversation? I'm not sure I want to know the rest. A game too far for Gian. Yeah, looks it. You know when I said, oh, if he slips to 6-2, 6-3, Yeah, brilliant.
Don't worry, I'll be here all weekend.
Scott Williams had the highest losing average today, 106.56. Oh, that 48 hurts. This invites pressure if they don't go. Oh, the sandwich toaster. You have to rewire it yourself. Got one back, 6-3. Big hold. Huge opening visit now from Gezi. Yeah, that's
man
big
assault.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, as well. We are over the 100 likes. Superb. Thank you all. Can I get a?
Can I get it? Hi, yeah. Up the TikTok. Imagine if I do that at the Circus Tavern from where we were sat last year.
To be fair, we could have influenced the games last year.
Not that I'd wish to, but yeah.
No, but we could have. It didn't affect us, but it was like if you didn't like someone, the old herd of elephants.
Hmm.
Oh, 138. Has someone done that before?
Me. At the Cheshire Open. My claim to fame, that. I lost the match, but I took out 138 and Mark McGeaney was marking because he'd already lost. Go on. He was in a World Championship final
cheers, Mark.
18 months later.
Thank you very much.
He did miss the double 12 for it as well. Yeah. More importantly, the way that Della went for it is stupid, as Van Veen gets one back, 6-4. Hello! Here we go. That's one of the best pieces of commentary. I suppose it is because you know what happens afterwards, but when Gerrard scores in the Champions League final, whew,
After such an important break back, has Jean Van Veen handed? Well, what a leg this is from Gezi, by the way. When you've just been broken, Tom 180, 130 to leave 91 after 9.
Doesn't matter when this goes in 6. This doesn't go and the 140 does. Told you. Bang. 6-5. No one likes 5s. Has to have been 5, doesn't it? No one likes 5s though. And if somebody tells me they like fires, I call them a liar.
I prefer double one to double two, though.
You're wrong. You know when you hear a noise that is possibly a firework, but doesn't sound like a firework?
Yeah.
Yeah. Two multiplied by 10 plus 1.
Or Romeo done.
In my very best impression of Stephen Hendry yesterday, this match is over.
But come back after the break.
Because he might play well.
Come back after the break. There might be a 9. 9. Oh, I didn't even think I was going to go there, but fair play. Oh, she wrote. To be fair, Gazzy's been superb today.
Yeah. A lot of it he's gone under the radar for as well. Like I say, yes, we haven't got big on it at all throughout the day because he's just done his job through most of it. Started off with a 95 average to beat Steve West. I mean, the rest of it we probably should have gone big on. So 107 to beat Nathan Rafferty, 111 to beat Connor Scott, 93 to beat Roby John, 106 to beat Martin Schindler 6-0, 95 to beat Mike Dudek, and 102 in the final for Gerwin Price, who picks up his 600 millionth Pro Tour title, defeating Gian Van Veen in the final. As for Gian, his first Pro Tour final ends in defeat, but on the upside, given his record on the Pro Tour, on the Development Tour and Challenge Tour, the next time he makes a final, he will win it because he's 1-1 in each of those. And you're back tomorrow, Phil?
Look at it. Yeah, I am back tomorrow. And if you look at it as well, the toughest game was the 1-8 when Steve West took him to a last leg decider. Other than that, no one's really got close to him.
I mean, he averaged 111 in one of those games. You'd struggle to get close to him for a leg.
Throw. Not about a leg. But look, that's why he's the world number 1 for a reason. He looks happy to be with Dan as well. Oh, there's a smile now. He's all right. As he would say as well, there's 12,000 ranking points.
Oh, I may have discussed one of Dan's shirts the other day with Abby, and she was most disappointed that I didn't like it. You know, the duck egg turquoise blue shirt with a grey jacket? Yeah. I was like, nah. If he gets the gig at the Worlds this year, nah. He can't wear that. She goes, oh, no, I really like that. I was like, no. No. Get that top button done up well, Daniel. I guess, mate, time to sign off. Big thanks for joining us. Super Series back tonight for the conclusion of Group B. Phil's back tomorrow for the final day of Pro Tour action this year. Correct. Not sure you're joined by yet either. We'll work that out very, very soon. Yeah. If not, I'll just fly solo and get accompanied by all you wonderful people in the chat room. But we have been online darts. Remember, Super Series tonight, 10 o'clock, 3 places in the final up for grabs. And we'll be back 10 to 12 tomorrow for the final Pro Tour of 2022. I'm in Phil Bars, Jack Garwood, everyone in the chat room. Gives yourself a round of applause. Turn your notifications on and we will see you live tomorrow morning.
level.